Hi. First, let me say how very sorry I am that I can't be with you today. Unfortunately, life sometimes gets in the way. Let's begin with the first principle. The technical evidence does not point to shortcuts in the achievement of good building. It points consistently to the discovery by scientific means of the rationale of established buildings traditions, which should be altered only with the full knowledge of the consequences. The modern building industry and the conservation industry indeed have spent the last 40, 50, 100 years precisely doing this, using materials the consequences of which are not known, and we're starting to see all around us the negative consequences of that approach. First off, how does a traditional building work? It works with porous materials. It manages moisture. It doesn't seek to resist moisture and stop it getting in. It always will get in, and then it's a problem if it can't get out again. Robin Pender very good on this. We have what she would characterize as a greatcoat technology on the right hand side and a raincoat technology on the left hand side. And in lime mortar is critical to this performance, allowing the egress of moisture through the mortar joints and not forcing it to evaporate much more slowly, typically from stone or from brick or other building materials. If that potential is blocked with a harder, impermeable or less permeable mortar, an incompatible mortar, then that whole process is arrested and the evaporation has to take place from the stone or the brick much more slowly, but also deposit. At this point, I want to set out my stall. The overwhelming evidence of old texts, historic building accounts, mortar analyses, and the buildings themselves is that the vast majority of mortars for above ground construction for most of building history were made with pure or nearly pure, otherwise non to sometimes feebly hydraulic lime, whether in combination with earth, sand or other aggregates, and the mortars used below ground and in water were made with the same lime in combination with reactive pozzolanic aggregates. Whilst bedding mortars, especially of earth, might be relatively lean in lime, with notable exceptions, surface treatments such as pointing, plasters and renders were generally very rich in lime and fibre only, around 2 lime to 1 aggregate, or richer in lime than this, even in the case of lime sand building mortars. Most were hot mixed, and if not hot mixed, were used very soon after slaking. The majority were made with initially dry slaked lime. Such mortars of proven durability and longevity have been very rarely used in recent decades for the conservation and repair of buildings they inhabit or once inhabited, and those mortars most used, such as 1 typically drowned lime putty to 3, or much more problematically, cement sand or 1 natural hydraulic lime to 3, bear very little resemblance to historic mortars, either in character or performance. They are not like for like. The majority of buildings were lime washed at the least, or thin coat rendered and lime washed. Just to back that up with just a brief foray into old texts, this is from Batty Langley, 1750. The several kinds of mortar used in buildings are 8. This is in London. Inside and outside mortar made of lime and sand. Trass mortar made of lime and trass being a volcanic ash. Brick dust mortar made of red stock brick dust and lime. Bastard terrace made of Smith's forge ashes and lime. Pargeting mortar made of lime and horse dung. Furnace mortar for furnaces, ovens, kilns, etc., made of Woolwich loam or Windsor loam, so earth. Plaster mortar made of calcined alabaster, in this case for sticking tiles around fireplaces. Fine mortar called putty for rubbed and gauge works made of lime only. Let's see how those mortars were proportioned. Inside mortar, 1 load of sand to 1.5 of lime, but we'll skip to outside mortar because the measures are the same. The sharpest, cleanest sand, the proportion that the lime should have to the sand, is as 2 to 1, which is 2 heap bushels of unslaked lime, therefore quicklime, to 1 of sand. Now, all limes will expand at least 2 times on slaking, and so that's delivering a mortar that is at least 4 lime to 1 sand, very lime rich. Trass mortar chiefly used in walls exposed to water, as to rivers, ponds, cisterns, bog houses, cold baths, etc. The best Trass mortar is made with 2 bushels of hot lime and 1 of Trass. Brick dust mortar, similarly 2 heap bushels of hot lime to 1 of brick dust, and the same applies to sea coal and forge ashes. Hot lime, by hot lime he means lime that has just been slaked, either to a dry hydrate or indeed to a thick paste. Still very lime rich. So let's just pause and look very briefly at what traditional mortars were. What were the traditional mortars and what were their primary uses? So for much of history we have earth mortars, that is to say clay-bearing subsoil, improved or otherwise, and well-tempered, loam in other words. Typically 12% clay, a high volume of silt, and of generally fine texture. The clay could be higher in fact. Masonry construction, plastering, daubing, floors, often with additives or not. Earth lime mortars, at least as common, if not more so, in fact, in building history. Earth lime, so the same earth, but with lime added to it, often no more than 10%, but sometimes more, and as above, usually added as freshly slaked quicklime. Masonry construction, especially of stone buildings across the UK and Europe and across the world, until at least 1800, though in later in places. Base coat plasters, usually pointed with lime-rich mortar and finished internally with lime-rich or pure lime, or rendered without that lime pointing immediately with a very lime-rich, thin, often thin render coat. Haired finish coats and lime wash, typically lime washed at the least, and also used in roofing beneath tiles or stone slates. Then we have hot mixed air or feebly hydraulic lime mortars, the latter most particularly in parts of the UK, general building with stone and brick, repointing, plastering except the top coat, external renders, feebly hydraulic in waterworks local to their sources, with and without pozzolanic addition. Roofing, as above, floors, dry and wet or wet slaked with just sufficient water to slake to a powder or to a thick paste before mixing with sand or other aggregate. We have putty lime, mentioned by Langley, which was used on its own as a mortar, not as a binder typically, for gauge brickwork, very fine stone ashlar, fine plaster finish coats, and for tuck pointing. This was often made from initially dry slaked lime, rather than being drowned with loads of water, much less commonly as a binder before the 20th century, when it was gauged with cement or gypsum, often to compensate for the perceived weakness in binding properties they'd always felt that it had historically, and offered excellent workability to a cement lime mortar. Then we have lime and hair, which was really the basis of plastering for most of building history. It was used, and it often is, lime and hair only, or 2 lime, 1 limestone or chalk. Plastering and pointing, especially over earth or earth lime, back pointing of roof tiles and slates, lime sheeting over lath beneath pan tiles, bedding of ridge tiles, subsequently pointed with a more robust mix perhaps, pointing around metal or joinery windows. This was on lath, it was on hard, it was used all over the place, and it was used as an interior and as an exterior thin coat plaster. The lime would be typically dry slaked, sieved and screened before mixing with more water and with hair or other fibre. Then we have hot mixed or sand slaked moderately or eminently hydraulic lime mortars, either artificial with air quicklime and pozzolans, or NHL, typically blue lias in England and Wales, and then more widely after railways. Underground or underwater works, docks, quays, seawalls, and usually in those cases with pozzolans added to consume what free lime there was. They're also used for concrete floors, and this indeed was the primary use for NHL binders during the 19th century in the UK and elsewhere, for concrete footings and concrete floors. Shock horror. They were used for some above ground construction late in the 19th and early 20th century, driven by architects who felt their hardness would make them more durable, which is highly debatable, or whether they were the only locally available quicklime. There was some gauging of hot mixed air lime mortars with NHL in Asturias in the early 20th century and in Scotland more recently, but they were almost immediately displaced by cement or cement lime mortars for general use, these being more reliable and predictable as well as generally more capillary active, and by Portland cement for concretes. We have natural cement used in the UK after 1796 when the means of achieving it was discovered. This is like a natural hydraulic lime but without any free lime left, used for waterworks, for cast mouldings, for fortifications, mostly as a gauge for hot mixed common mortars in the USA, external renders, some repointing over earlier mortars. This was generally unsuccessful when used upon traditional fabric, so we rarely see evidence of it because it's gone. Cement lime mortars may seem strange that I include these, but through the 20th century these were the most common mortars for construction and actually have proven to be not as damaging as we might suppose. Most commonly 1-3-12, 1 cement, 3 lime, 12 sand, or 1 cement, 2 lime, 9 sand, or 1-1-6. It was common at craft level earlier than this to gauge with a little bit of Portland cement, pressured by the need for rapid early hardening in the context of the building industry at the time, but typically high in free lime content and higher indeed than any natural hydraulic lime on the market, which is also a natural cement lime mortar in effect. Good but not optimal functional performance, very durable but will behave sacrificially in the presence of salts and other decay mechanisms. 129 was the most common general building mortar during the 20th century. So let's look indeed at how lime was produced. It's a simple process, and this is the lime cycle to the left. So limestone is put into a kiln. It can be in layers with fuel, or indeed the kiln can be filled with the limestone and the fire fed beneath and constantly replenished as the lime burns. That drives that process, firing at around 1000 degrees centigrade, drives off the chemical water that would never leave that limestone, as well as the carbon dioxide. So the material emerges after calcining looking exactly the same, but typically 30% lighter. That is then quicklime. That needs water. It wants back its chemical water, and when you give back that chemical water, you will end up, depending whether you give back just the chemical water lost, which will lead to a dry slaked powder, or an excess of that water leading to a thick paste. That thick paste, or that dry slaked lime, is then, after slaking, mixed with sand or other aggregate, or indeed if lime and hair just mixed with water and hair, and that then is made through to a mortar if at a later stage, immediately or a bit later, or indeed the lime can be slaked to hydrate on its own, or indeed to a paste and made to putty. All three of those can be then mixed with sand or other aggregate to make a mortar, a sticky mortar, which is then applied in whatever form for building or for plastering or rendering. And over time, that carbon dioxide driven off in the kiln comes back into that material, into the lime carbonates, and then it is fully set. We see several kilns here. The kilns were small or large, but typically nothing like the size we have today. In the 19th century, they got larger. This is multiple kilns here on the right-hand side, Hoffman kilns in Lindisfarne. And of course, today, those kilns are gigantic, highly industrial complexes, and will typically produce quicklime that is more reactive because they're fired at slightly higher temperatures and perhaps more efficiently than will a traditional lime, which will fire typically at around 1000 degrees. Natural cement, this is the only surviving natural cement kiln in the UK. You can see not unlike a limestone, either in scale or construction. And the lower picture there is some concrete made with a natural cement, and they repurposed a corn mill to grind the natural cement. Natural cement stone has to be ground to a full fine powder, just as does Portland cement, in order for it to react with water and to set hard. Natural cement sets very hard, very fast, typically within about 15 minutes. It has a very low working time, and this old corn mill was also applied with a lime wash, so-called, of just natural cement. But lime burning doesn't require a kiln. You can burn lime in clamp kilns, and this was common in many parts of the world, and indeed in Moulton in North Yorkshire in the 1930s. So here you see a sequence of photos where they're laying out the fuel, the kindling, they're then laying limestone in layers and then fuel again on top of those, and so on, and then bank that out, fire it and bank it over with clay and earth and turf to keep the heat in. And this was lime being burned to build the houses you see in the background there, and I can report that the quality was very good. Those lime mortars remain in those buildings in perfect condition. So let's run through some examples of what we've been talking about. So we have earth lime mortars. It's impossible to talk about earth lime mortars without the lime finishes that were typically associated with the use of these mortars. But this is New Moulton in North Yorkshire in 1728. Pretty much every stone building in this image is built with an earth lime mortar, and that includes also Castle Howard, a palatial structure not long built at that time, at the top of the picture. Some of the brick buildings, they will also have been built with earth lime, but at this time the bricklayers were switching to lime and sand. Within these buildings, typically the plaster schemes were earth lime plasters with hay added to reduce the shrinkage, and then those plasters were finished with a thin 4 to 8 millimeter finish coat of lime and hair only, typically, or with the smallest amount of limestone dust added to them. To the exterior, they were pointed with a similarly lime-rich lime and hair, or 2 lime to 1 pointing mortar, and then they were lime washed. This was always the case. They were lime washed. Other buildings built with more rubbly stone would be given a thin coat render, often in the earlier periods of just lime and hair, but later render coats also thin, but with sand added to them. All of the materials in this image have been drawn from within a mile, several kilometres of the town. This is truly sustainable building. Castle Howard, as I say, built with earth lime mortars itself, and here you see evidence of that in the bottom picture on some of the structures around the margins of the estate. And this building here, where all of this journey into earth lime and hot mix lime began for me, in Moulton, high status building, and inside we see limestone laid up in earth lime mortar, plastered with earth lime mortar, and then finished with a very thin plaster coat. Here you see those in cross section, so you can see the lump limes, the residual lump lime that indicates the use of quicklime, freshly slaked in this case, and you see the fibres added as well. Sometimes hair, but most often hay. On analysis, we find that these plaster mortars were typically 1 freshly slaked lime to 3 clay-bearing subsoil, and the particle size is very fine indeed. And this is the typical finish coat over. You can see 1 part of lime to 0.18 of calcium carbonate, which might be already slaked lime, it might be added limestone, it might be added chalk, but nonetheless very little aggregate there at all. It is primarily lime and hair. Super breathable, super capillary, and actually stronger than people might imagine. This is of course the common pattern in timber frame buildings. Across Europe we have earth lime backing coats on wattle, and then we have that same or very similar lime finish coat over that. We see it here in York, where the wattle and daub has been displaced in the late medieval period and replaced with brick on edge, but then those bricks themselves are then plastered with a similar thin lime and hair plaster. We repaired this building some years ago. Cement had caused massive decay. We reproduced that system, but with modern handmade bricks, and reinstated the lime and hair plasters over, and then finally lime washed that building as was done traditionally, in the absence of a thin lime and hair render coat, which was also very typical on lath over timber frame buildings. As we see on the left hand side there, it was not typical at all for the timbers to remain revealed, the bones of the building. This building here, we expected to find wattle and daub. This was built around 1610, but in fact what we found was lime and hair only infill panels and lime and hair plasters in the interior. So again, we reproduce this. You can see in at very high magnification, very little aggregate, and that aggregate there is, if it is aggregate at all, finer than a hair in that mix. The lime was dry slaked, so 1 volume of water to each volume of quicklime, sprinkled and then left to slake to a dry powder, and then mixed with water, and hair was mixed in, and it was then applied. Here you see that application process going on onto lath, inside and out, and there the finished object with infill panels of just lime and hair and a hot lime wash over. The colour is from the hot lime wash. Similar pattern again in Asturias. We see in this case the timber frame filled with thin stones, but then with a similar lime and hair, some aggregate but not very much, finish coat over that, and as you can see to the left, that would have then gone right across the timbers as well, not simply on the timber, on the stone. So lime and hair pointing. This is lime and hair pointing. You can see as decayed in some places, but not everywhere by any means, and no reason to doubt that this lime and hair pointing is not from the original construction of this house around 1590, perhaps 1600. So it has proved incredibly durable, and it is just non-hydraulic lime and hair. We see similar systems in Spain, in Valencia. There you've got earth lime building mortars, and then a hot mixed with aggregate pointing mortar, in both cases reflecting, in all cases reflecting Roman practice. Valencia was founded by the Romans, but the building practices continued in Roman pattern well into the 18th century, and the Romans did like some elements of coarser aggregate in their mortars, unquestionably. So we see these in building accounts to back up what we see in the buildings and so on. Building accounts are where record is made of agreements with craftspeople, and often the materials are listed out and so on. And we see here James Luckock and John Freer contracting to build a house in Moulton and to fetch the best mortar and to point the outside walls with lime. So just the system I've been showing you. And we see lower down Robert Auram and Richard Smith agreeing to do all the daubing and plastering work. So there's a distinction between the earthwork, the earth plastering, considered to be called daubing, and the plastering work, which is with lime and hair. And this is a common throughout time. The account for building New Hall in Pickering Castle in 1313, digging and carrying soil for mortar, as well as buying 27 quarters of lime, so the ingredients for an earth lime mortar. Similarly in Bedale, timber frame buildings, but John Hamswaite hired to cut and carry the wood, Thomas Clapham constructing and daubing the wall of the said house, and this would almost certainly have been inside and out, and Simonson for 7 quarters of burnt lime, John Hamsway for carrying lime to the said house, the same for digging, laying and carrying 13 cartloads of clay for the said house, and the 3 cartloads of sand. It would be typical to add some sand into a clay-rich earth to reduce shrinkage. We see the same patterns of construction in Normandy, in France, earth lime building mortars and dubbing out mortars, and then very lime-rich, if not lime-only, pointing mortars. And here also elsewhere in Yorkshire, a different kind of earth, a different clay, but we see this brickwork inside there laid up in an earth mortar, an earth lime mortar, and so on. In Normandy again, we see the same pattern, earth limestone laid up in earth lime mortars, pointed with very, very lime rich mortars, if not lime only, and this high status chateau in the background also built with the same mortars. And this is the dovecot on the site, which dates back to the medieval period, but we've got earth-lime mortars, not pointed in this case, but given a thin coat, very lime-rich render immediately over the earth-lime building mortars and stone. Here down in the south of France, near Carcassonne, we see the same. We see an earth-lime building mortar, and earth-lime mortars there in the wall on the right-hand side, indicated by the residual lime lumps to have been hot mixed or used very soon after slaking at the least. And we see in building accounts also we get instinct ideas of how they're slaking the lime. You can see they're two sieves for the masons and the plasterers. So the lime is almost certainly being dry slaked, and then the bigger lime lumps sieved out before it's being made up to a mortar. And we see 5 loads of sand and 3 loads of loam, and so on, and then 2 quarters of lime. For this building here in Corpus Christi College, and these are the essential ingredients of an earth lime mortar, and in similar proportions to how we find them, in fact. Another All Souls College, red earth with sand for making mortar, but quicklime arriving and loads of sand and so on as well. And similarly, again in Bedale, 6 cartloads of earth, 1 quarter of lime and 3 cartloads of sand. So these are the ingredients. Experts don't write very much about earth mortars, but you find them in building accounts and of course in the buildings. Masada, 2,000 years and older in Israel. Earth lime and hot mixed lime mortars are the norm for construction there. Wood ash plasters within the cisterns, and the earth lime mortars again pointed with very lime rich, although aggregated mortars in this case. We see similar at King Herod's Tower, another structure 2,000 years old. We've got earth lime, wood ash and lime, limestone aggregate mortars in evidence still on the structures there. Revo Abbey in North Yorkshire, we see the lime lumps, we see the earth lime mortars in the core work there at the Abbey. And this is the most typical form we see them in vernacular practice. You can see the lime has not been especially mixed in, but it's there and it's sufficient. And this was then pointed over with very lime-rich pointing. And this pattern of building, of course, is Roman as well. The Romans typically used, more than any other kind of mortar, you would say, earth lime mortars. In this case, any pointing mortars or render coats have been lost, but this excavated bakehouse at Viminatium in Serbia. And here, back to the UK, a Romanesque tower, however, built on the site of a Roman temple. We have earth lime mortars. The lime pointing has largely fallen away, but that said, the earth lime mortar is not washed away, and the building remains perfectly plumb after 1,000 years. These are good mortars. They're fit for purpose. In Paris, very difficult to find original mortars in Paris, but inside this porch, I was able to see a very lime-rich, if not lime-only pointing, and you just catch a little glimpse of the earth lime building mortars in, again, what is a very high-status building. These mortars, lime and hair, was used on roofs underneath slates and tiles, but also earth lime mortars, and again you can see the lime lumps indicating the use of lime, and that's covering over the roof timbers on lath, and then the tiles laid directly, in this case, into that material. Alternatively, it can be done with lime and hair, as you see here going on. Here, back to Normandy again, we see earth lime building and infill panel mortars, clay ridging mortars over thatch. And we see earth lime mortars used routinely in urban environments here in Bourges, in France, also in France. cement render being removed there. Cement render deeply incompatible with earth lime built fabric. Asturias, we see the same earth lime or clay mortars laid over with a very thin or a relatively thin lime rich render coat and then finished and lime washed, as you see in the bottom right hand side. Other times and in earlier periods everywhere, those render coats might well be just of earth lime themselves, and in this case that is the case, and they're just lime washed. The Great Wall of China, of course, earth lime adobe blocks in many cases, earth lime mortars, and pointed with very lime rich mortars. The traditional earth lime proportions in China, as I understand them, to be about 70% loam and 30% slate lime. As far away as Canada, British practice obviously, but in a period when lime was scarce, in the early days of the colony in Vancouver Island, we see earth lime mortars used to build this chimney, and indeed the stone stack beneath that brick chimney. Again, back to Viminacium in Serbia, we see earth lime building mortars here in a recently excavated section, and a very thin lime plaster render coat over those. Also hypercoarse columns built with earth lime mortars, and bottom left we have the remnants of an earth lime building, the earth packed around staves, vertical staves between horizontal timbers, a pattern of building that survives in the UK in the form of mud and stud, and one would have to assume that that's a residue of the Roman occupation in this very small part of Lincolnshire. Also back near Viminacium in Serbian vernacular practice, we see earth being used, the same system, but as well as the staves, we see woven smaller timbers and the earth applied to both sides of those timbers. This is earth lime again, typically in keeping with the Roman tradition in that region. Earth building, of course, has a long residue, a long history, and here in Nebraska, the Omaha First Nations built earth lodges with turfs, the turfs of the plains, which are very root-filled, strong roots that make them very structural in many ways. And of course, early settlers built earth houses with turf, with the turfs cut from the plains. There were very few trees in the plains. And this, the George Copsey family, in fact, sat outside proudly their own earth house. This a more elaborate and high status version built by Belgian settlers and sadly demolished only in the 1990s. But there you can see the roots and so on. These typically would be plastered with earth plaster. Ukrainian settlers into Canada took earth lime building practices with them and used them for chinking the log cabins, the log buildings, and you can see there the earth lime hanging on there. Here too, the same, to windproof these log cabins. And of course, this is Jesse James' birthplace, and earth lime mortars being used there to fill very widely spaced timbers as originally. We don't know that much really about earth and lime, but the average 10% lime addition will give a compressive strength about 1 MPa. 4% quicklime addition gave twice the compressive strength as when no lime was added. 4% quicklime addition gave 25% more MPa than the same volume of Portland cement. Of course, that quicklime doubles in volume, and there is, depending on the clay, some potential for reaction there. In accelerated erosion tests, quicklime stabilized earth was the most durable. Quicklime stabilized earth absorbed 33% less water by capillarity than with either hydrated lime or cement, reduced erosion and no reduction in vapor permeability, although it's the capillarity we're really interested in, and gave better mechanical resistance in both dry and saturated conditions. So if we're looking at more solid earth construction, this is earth lime cob construction in France. you're seeing there. And of course, we have a long tradition of cob building in the United Kingdom, particularly in the southwest of England, but in pockets elsewhere. Not really understood that lime was added, which isn't to say that it wasn't, but in this case probably not. And these were typically finished with a lime and hair finish coat, and you see small fragments of that finish coat hanging on this otherwise unfinished old cob building. It's been lime washed rather than plastered and lime washed, but again, here and there you can see little remnants of what was almost certainly a lime and hair finish coat, which was then lime washed. As far as the strengths of rammed earth, I've been involved with research with Valencia University, and we tested earth lime, rammed earth with different limes, different forms of lime added, and then ran multiple tests on these. And this is just a summary. You will get this presentation, you can look at this summary, but the key thing here really is that the hot mixed in stone form, the lump lime, gave a compressive strength really not very far off that given by the hydraulic lime. Begs the question why you would need to use hydraulic lime, and gave a stronger compressive strength than did powdered quicklime. But of course this is to do with bulk density and other things, as well as perhaps the inherent properties of these different forms of lime. In the Iberian Peninsula, rammed earth structures generally, commonly, and in the green shaded areas in this image, have lime added to them, 10% or 20% lime addition, we were putting 10% into the trials that we did in Valencia. And in this country, in the UK, there is small areas where adobe construction is the norm. Imported, it is thought, by soldiers returning from the Peninsular War in the 1800s, early 1800s, from Spain, and there is lime added to that adobe in Norfolk where it's used. We'll just look at a few. Boynton, a very eminent chemist, and this is written in the context of soil stabilization for road construction, but just some of the things that happen when you add really not very much lime to earth. The lineal shrinkage and the swell drop markedly. Fine-grained clays without lime have the greatest volume change in wetting and drying cycles. This is mitigated and stabilized by the addition of lime, this swelling and shrinking in wetting and drying cycles. The unconfined compressive strength increases considerably, but by as much as 40-fold, much more than we've just seen, potentially. The load-bearing values increase substantially from 2 to 10 times. So I'd like to look at a case study. 18 months ago, myself and Bill Reevy, material scientist, we sampled 50 mortars from farm buildings around Bransdale. It's a remote dale in North Yorkshire. There is no centre, there's no village. There are just farmsteads dotted around this landscape that you're catching a few glimpses of there. We took 27 of those mortars to full analysis. And I just want to give you show you those mortars, but also the analyses, the results of those analyses. You can see the stone is very amenable it's a sandstone, but very amenable to being carved, and so even the farm buildings tend to have ashlar seen, as you can see, with the tooling marks on there. This is Breckhouse Farm. The mortar you're looking at is from a hay barn, and it's on analysis was 1 lime to 0.4 limestone, very, very fine limestone, the fineness of talcum powder. So the masons have deliberately ground this. It's not an accident or as found. And hair. This is a very exposed, Bransdale is a very exposed environment, high driven rain and so on. And this is the west facing gable looking into that, facing that high driven rain in the wetter times of year. Spout House Farm, another farm there, we have remnants of a very similar mortar, but at this time 1 limestone to 0.7 limestone aggregate, again typically very fine. And beneath, sorry, this is just a detail of some of the analysis which we don't need to dwell And you can see the earth lime bedding mortars there behind, where the lime has fallen away over the centuries. Our impression is that these buildings, none of these buildings, have likely been repointed since they were built, and this A barn probably from the later 17th century. Inside, of course, the mortars remain very intact and fit for purpose, and so on. More houses, a previously monastic farm, so this barn may date from the late 16th century, but certainly dates from about 1625 when it's first mentioned. And we see that the pointing mortars there have done very well. Also in this stable, they're substantially intact. And there the mix was 1 lime to 0.4 sandy loam, so a very sandy earth mortar. This is a ruinous property, close to which there used to be a lime kiln. You can see that on the map here. And we have again a mortar that is 2 lime to 1 sandy loam in this case, surviving even though it's in a ruinous building. Bonfield Gill, now most of the lime pointing has gone. There's some still at the top of this one on the top right hand corner, and there's an old lime kiln identified there. There is no limestone in Bransdale. It's being carried from 4 to 5 miles away, actually from where I'm sitting recording this presentation for you in Gillimer and in Fadmer. So it's been carried up into the dale and burned. Another old farm, and here the interior mortars are 1 lime to 0.65, very, very fine sand, all of it passing a 1mm sieve, most of it a 0.5mm sieve. The exterior pointing is 1 to 1.1, so again very lime rich and in good order. This a plaster's coat which has unusually been lined. It's in the top of a barn, and this was a feebly hydraulic lime made with the same limestone. The limestone that is burned has about 3% silica, but the truth is that isn't going to react to give any hydraulicity in the temperature of a traditional kiln, unless that kiln is, or the lime charge is seriously overburned. And in this case we can be certain that is what has happened, because on analysis there is 1% of alite. Alite being the main active ingredient in cement, and really only engaged by temperatures around 14 or 1500 degrees centigrade in the burn. There was also bellite, dicalcium silicate. Still the proportion, however, was 1 lime to 0.7. It was then given a linseed oil wash, which is why the water is beading on it. Behind that linseed oil surface, very openly porous. And so these are just some incidental images. So in summary of those mortars, we look at those and we can say that of the 27 analysed, 14 of them were initially dry slaked, 6 were initially wet slaked, 3 were slaked to a lime putty, and it was inconclusive how the others had been slaked. 10 of them were earth lime mortars, typically bedding mortars, but some actually pointing mortars, the very lime rich ones. The majority, 12, were lime and sand, but very fine sand. 2 of the earth building mortars had no lime addition. They had cow dung added to them, which would have improved their workability. 2, in fact, were lime and hair, not the one it says here, and 1 was lime and ash. All of them were, the vast majority were hot mixed, perhaps not the 5 that were identified as lime putty, and the majority of them were placed hot or warm. All but 3, and those 3 were on the site I've just shown you, the same site, feebly hydraulic lime. All but 3 of those mortars were non-hydraulic lime, despite the presence of silica in the limestone. So if we look at common assumptions in the lime world, which there are many, and most of them are assumptions, we can say on the back of this analysis that the assertion that all historic lime mortars were hydraulic to some degree is false. That ought to be obvious, but it is commonly said. That pozzolanic mortars are necessarily hydraulic. Well, the wood ash mortar showed no evidence of hydraulic reaction, and we see this commonly with brick aggregated mortars. there has actually been no hydraulic reaction, which isn't to say that there isn't some reaction between those reactive aggregates and the lime, and that these are beneficial to those mortars. Others will say that if there are any levels of silica in the limestone, then that's inevitably a hydraulic lime. Well, that clearly isn't the case in this case, and is rarely actually the case with low levels of silica in limestones in the UK, certainly, unless they're fired at a very high temperature, and more indeed a temperature higher than a traditional temperature. Others will say that the presence of clay aggregate inevitably delivers hydraulicity. It may make them easier or better at managing moisture, perhaps, but that does not mean that that clay will react porcellanically, unless of course that clay contains remnants of volcanic eruptions, which many do in Central Europe and so on. Others say that burning with coal delivers a hydraulic lime. Well, all but 2 of the limes in Bransdale were burned with coal, and that there is no hydraulicity there, and actually coal remains very little in a lime burn. What ash there is falls to the bottom of the kiln. It's not intermixed with the limestone typically, unless deliberately so by the masons. And the other thing that is commonly said in the UK, that air lime mortars are not durable in exposed and wet environments. Well, Bransdale is an exposed and wet environment, and I will be showing you examples of other very lime-rich mortars in wet and exposed environments that have been there for hundreds of years. So they are durable. This is just showing you that actually there is silica in that limestone. And this is the summary of the Historic England position about earth mortars. Earth mortars have been substantially ignored by the conservation industry in the UK for the last 40 years, but that is changing, has begun to change. So the Historic England position is that earthen mortar and plaster are under-recognised. They're found in all areas of England, on all building types, from vernacular to high status, on all types of support, brick, stone, lath, cob, on buildings of all ages before the 20th century, that they are often hidden by lime pointing, plaster skims, or lime wash, and they are rarely repaired like for like. The need exists to increase awareness and understanding and trust of earth lime mortars. So let's look in more detail at lime and hair, or otherwise lime with lesser volumes of limestone and other aggregate. The definition of lime and hair for most of history included those additions. They're obviously very similar chemically. So here we have a building in North Yorkshire. You can see the earth lime building mortars there, and this very lime rich pointing, which on analysis was 1 to 0.51, and the aggregate was substantially limestone. Tiny bit of gypsum, but that is from atmospheric pollution in the region. This building here I worked on recently, repointing works where the building had been raised. The actual original pointings, which date from before 1697, were lime and hair only, as you can see by the magnification there. Very minimal aggregate in there, indeed possibly the bits of grit around which the oolite formed in the shallow seas when they were formed. You can also see, of course, remnants of residues of lime wash. So this building wouldn't have been left as a pointed building, it would have been lime washed. Very few people in the UK will let us lime wash their buildings anymore. It's fallen deeply from fashion, and that is most unfortunate, because lime wash is an essential part of protecting that building, and this super lime rich pointing over earth is part of a system that included lime wash. It's important to say that. But here, I said earlier, a very wet place. This is in the wettest part of England, in Herefordshire on the Welsh borders. And you can see lime and hair pointing here in the medieval church of indeterminate age, but very old, over a pit sand, an earthy pit sand there, and a cottage across the way from that church with the same, alongside one which has lost all of that. I think we can say that the one that has lost it is in a moister, wetter condition, the masonry, than is that which still retains it. This is a trial panel put into Longtown Castle by myself, as in preparation for potentially doing the whole, repointing the whole of this medieval keep with lime and hair, or with super lime rich mortars. You're looking at the top right of the lime and hair only, and then we've got 2 lime to 1 limestone and 2 lime to 1 limestone and sand. 3 different trials. The one that shrank the least, if at all, was the lime and hair, and this is quite confusing in the context of what we think we know about lime on the back of the lime revival using lime putty, but of course this was dry slaked only. We're coming to that. This is a project which I've worked on, a building I've worked on over many years. You can see in its old original form there, you've got lime and hair pointing hanging on. It was then repointed with cement lime mortars. We've been removing those progressively, and there you see the gable after repointing, and there the gable and the front there. The front there pointed with 2 lime to 1 limestone mortar, and the gable actually with a leaner mix, as done before. My thinking had shifted more in that direction. On analysis, original mortar that we found in the walls as we were working, 1 lime to 0.55 limestone. And again, there is no limestone in the Dale, in Billsdale, where this is, so that limestone has been carried in for use along with the lime, one might suggest, or from. And inside it's fully lime washed, lime washed throughout with multiple centuries of lime wash coats, but replenished by ourselves a few years ago. This building here, the oldest I know in the UK or in Yorkshire, that used this system, the earth lime building mortars, the earth lime plasters, daub coats within, followed by lime rich pointing and lime rich plaster, 1877, built actually by ancestors of mine on my mother's side, so it's quite nice to be advising on it. But there, cement tanking has been removed, and the earth lime backing coats and the lime and hair only finish coats were reinstated by J. Sumner Brown, the local lime plasterer. And there's the finished work. On the right hand side you've got the new lime and hair daub coats, and then the lime finish coats, and then lime washed, of course. This is a project of mine with 2.5 powdered quicklime, 2 fine Portland stone dust, and so on. So 1.5 to 1 dry slaked. And what we see, of course, is that these mortars make these buildings very dry very quickly, and of course they would have been lime washed, but again the client would not accept that. There was evidence, of course, on the building that it had historically been lime washed, but people don't like the idea, and sadly. So it's pointed as if to be lime washed, and my hope is that one day it will be lime washed. But nonetheless, the hot mixed air lime pointing, very lime rich, will keep that building fabric dry. The lime wash is a bonus. So if we look to some detail about plastering historically, from Neve in 1726, plastering. For the plastering of walls, they make their mortar of lime and ox or cow hair, tempered well together with water, and this is commonly called white mortar. Some masons in Sussex tell me that for lathing and plastering of walls with loam on both sides, they have 3d a yard, but if it be done with white lime and hair mortar on both sides, then they have 4d a yard. For this work they have 3 halfpence a yard only workmanship, but if the wall be new and lathed and plastered with loam on both sides and a coat of rough mortar on the outside, that's say rough cast, then they have 4d. Pargeting and plastering is of diverse kinds, as 1. White lime and hair mortar laid upon bare walls, 2. Upon bare laths, as in partitions and plain ceilings, 3. Rendering the insides of walls or doubling partition walls, 4. Rough cast upon heart laths, this would be typically outside, plastering upon brickwork with finishing mortar in imitation of stonework, 6. And the like upon heart laths. So that's the common plastering methodology or purpose. And these, generally speaking, are one coat treatments, or earth plus a thin coat of lime coat. And just to emphasize that lime and hair was used outside, we got prices for day work from 1785 here, and you see a price for lime and hair, but also a price for outside lime and hair. And stucco, which could be rough cast, could be lined finish work. And let's look at proportions generally. So Neve again, typical mortar proportions in Sussex: 32 bushels of lime, 24 of sand, 1.5 bushels of sand, 1 bushel of quicklime. Given that quicklime will double, that's at least 2 lime to 1.5 sand. The 15th century bedding mortars at York Minster: 2 non-hydraulic oolitic magnesian lime to 1.24 fine sand and limestone aggregate. Copenhagen Stock Exchange building, which burned, a brick building built in 1625. The bricklaying mortars were 3 non-hydraulic lime to 1 of sand, hot mixed and almost certainly placed while still hot. The plaster mortars within, 1 coat of lime and hair only, and they were up to 25mm thick. Mette Midgard, who is a wall painting conservator, this chart on the right shows the binder aggregate ratios, the binder being an air lime, non-hydraulic lime, in wall painting plasters in Denmark from these places, and you can see that 2 lime to 1 is almost the minimum amount of lime, and they can be richer in lime than that. And this, some of the thin sections from the Borsen. And Isaac Ware, an architect in the UK, is saying that Palladio's proportion of sand is too great. That was 1 to 3, as often quoted from Vitruvius. If any general rule may be laid down, it should perhaps be that 2/3 of lime and 1 of sand would be the best quantities, i.e. 2 lime to 1. And this is for general work, it's not just for plastering. This 1604 curtain wall in Malton, which we're about to work on, unusually for the period, was built with lime sand mortars throughout rather than earth lime, and we see that the binder aggregate ratio again is 2 lime to 1 very fine sand and limestone aggregate. So this number keeps coming up: 2 lime to 1, 2 lime to 1. Neve's description of white mortar, used for plastering loam in this case: 6 lime to 1 hair, and hair serves to keep the mortar from cracking, binding it and holding it fast together. The case may be made, and this is made by this quote from the rules of the London Company of Plasterers, that for most of history, plastering and the plaster was lime and hair, perhaps with some limestone, and the plasterers' trade was specifically those who used that material. You see in this agreement of 1579 that bricklayers were not allowed to use hair in any plaster. They were allowed to rough cast and parget walls with lime and sand, but without hair. However, if the owner will have the same done with lime and hair, then the plasterers to do the same. And if he mind to have it done with lime and sand, then the bricklayers do it. So we have a demarcation, and we see this in operation in building accounts. So this priory building, built in 1699 to 1703, the stonemasons build this stone house with earth lime mortars. The stonemasons, you see Thomas Gale for 5 days' work daubing these spears. The stonemasons do the daub work, but then in come the plasterers along with white goat's hair and lime for the white mortar, and they apply the finish coats over that plaster. They also point around the windows with lime and hair because they're the only people allowed to use that material. So in rural Somerset, that rule that we see being set out in London is being applied on the ground. So many plasterers might disagree, and will, maybe you will too, but yes, that seems to be the case. We see similar here, but in this case with the lime and hair being given optional to point the walls with lime and hair inside and outside after building with an earth mortar. Here, a similar thing going on. 57 plasterers account, 57 yards of common lath and plaster, 975 yards to wash, stop and white, and enrichment of the cornice, and lime and hair. So lime and hair is what's being used. That's at Badminton in Gloucestershire, a very high status house. And in the medieval accounts in York, the Bridgemasters accounts, we see William Plumpton for carriage of 25 loads of lime, sand and other things, and Robert Cansmith for beating 1 kiln of plaster. The plaster is a separate thing, it is plaster, it's lime and hair almost certainly, and firing the plaster kiln, and to the labourer for beating plaster in the same messuage, and someone else for daubing, that is to say, and paid for earth littered, daubing and water. Paid for carriage of 3 tons of plaster. So the plaster has already been slaked, it would seem, has perhaps been laid down for a period of time for late slaking, but almost certainly will have been slaked to a dry powder first, and to a man pounding the plaster for 1.5 days. This is not incidental. This is a common requirement in building accounts, that lime mortars of all kinds are pounded and pounded. So what we find, there's only one piece of research ever been done into the effects of pounding mortar, done by Dagmar Michanova, and it was found that there was a decreased water to binder, lesser water demand, and that reduced the shrinkage of the mortar. It increased the strength of the mortar because of that reduction in the lime content, especially the compressive strength. Decreasing the water to binder ratio also tends to reduce the porosity and the range of pores greater in size than 1 micrometer. As we will see, 1 micron is the optimal pore size for the capillary movement of water, stopping water getting in because of its interconnected capillary character, and actually evacuating very rapidly any water that does get in from whatever source. So beating increases the capillarity of the mortar, and so beating has an effect. It also accelerates carbonation rate. The rate of carbonation is accelerated, probably for the reasons above. So it has a definite effect. When they talk about it historically, they say that beating the mortar increases its strength. Well, in the sense that it allows it to get rid of water more quickly, and so on, it's reducing its vulnerability to frost activity, and therefore might be interpreted as increasing its strength. When we look at, this is the only piece of research done into mortars much lime richer than 1 lime to 3. Sadly, the academic world has spent 40 years looking at 1 lime to 3 and generating data which doesn't really tell us much about mortars richer in lime than that. This was done by Lanas and Alvarez as long ago as 2003. They mixed by weight, so the strengths seen here are more in general than they would otherwise be, although the strength of the lime only, the weight is irrelevant. The mixing by weight or volume, it would be the same. They also tested these after a year. The headline would be that the lime only was 4 MPa after a year, and that the strongest of them all was 2 lime to 1. Obviously the lime and hair was the most porous. You can see much more porous, in fact, in many ways than even 4 lime to 1. But 2 lime to 1 is significantly stronger, but also significantly more porous than 1 lime to 3, which is pretty low down in both those accounts. And you can see that even at 1 lime to 1, the capillary active pore range, either side of 1 micron or 1 micron and below, is almost 100% of the mortar. It is certainly not that proportion in a 1 lime to 3, or indeed in a 1 lime to 4. Many more pores which are not capillary active, in fact. We're currently doing, Liz Laycock currently looking at mortars richer in lime than that, and this is 1 lime to 1 with 50% limestone, and you can see that after 28 days its compressive strength was 1.25 MPa. After 90 days it's heading up towards 2.5 MPa. We've just started a program of looking at 4 lime to 1 and 4 lime to 1 after slaking, so 2 quick lime to 1, and with limestone aggregate, and with loam 2 lime to 1, with sand 2 lime to 1. And I have to say, I think this is the first time this has ever been done, actually looking at mortars of this kind of lime proportion, and yet these mortars were hugely common throughout human history, and we haven't been looking at them. I think you can see straight away, and that's the main headline here, that 1 quicklime to 1 limestone, i.e. 2 lime at the least to 1 limestone, is well ahead of the others in terms of compressive strength development at over 1 MPa. The others are somewhat behind at this stage. We'll be testing these over a year at least. There are no further figures I can give you at the moment. So airline rich mortars are highly cohesive and adhesive, and contrary to what we might expect, as long as they're dry slate, they shrink less than lime lean mortars. They have a high workability, high water retentivity and bond, and that bond is typically of full extent. They are immediately load bearing due to capillary active and interconnected pore structures and the consequent immediate hydraulic underpressure after making. They're stable in wetting and drying and thermal cycles, unlike hydraulic materials in the air. They have a high resistance to rain penetration with the finest pores to the compacted face. They create an effective natural hygrodiode effect, Nielsen that is. Microporous, they're dominated by interconnected and capillary active pore sizes, rapid dispersal of whatever moisture is received, keeping building fabric dry and offering long-term protection against frost activity, as observation and experience has shown. Airline rich 1-coat lime renders or lime washes only enhance those effects. In pointing, 2 lime to 1 gives the highest compressive strength, especially with calcareous aggregate, and lime and hair offers the highest effective porosity. And if we look at the comparative pore size distribution of dry hydrated and putty lime mortars, mixed at about 1 to 2, you can see that actually the lime putty mortars produce mortars with a higher percentage of coarse, as in to say, not interconnected, or I mean perhaps interconnected but not capillary active, compared to lime powder mortars. Furthermore, lime powder mixed designs exhibit a concentration of pores in the 0.1 to 1 micron that is coming up to 75.27%. So again, explaining their capillary activity and their ability to keep materials very dry, but also their rapidity, which we observe, their higher rate of carbonation early because of that open and interconnected pore structure. So let's look at a few of these super lime rich mortars. This is a building I used to live in. It's lime washed, it's coarse limestone, pointed, earth built, pointed with very lime rich pointing mortars. Even in the 19th century, this brick pillar on the right hand side, we see that the mortars in this region of North Yorkshire at least are very lime rich. 60% perhaps of the mortars, the original pointing mortars, and they're over earth, they're very shallow, very lime rich, they're either lime and hair or 2 lime to 1 typically. 60% of these survive in this village in North Yorkshire. They've been there for 200, 300 years. So any idea that air lime and super lime rich mortars are not durable is clearly a nonsense. It's peddled by a lot of people, but it's clearly a nonsense. Even in the 19th century brickwork on the left, there's sand in there and you can see lime lumps. They're still quite lime rich, but not as lime rich. The one on the right hand side has coal scoria added to there, which will have accelerated the carbonation. There may have been some very feeble hydraulic reaction, but only if the ash was very, very fine indeed. And again, they've lasted a long time elsewhere, and we see almost lime only mortars there for the ashlar work at Nunnington Hall. We see the right hand side with a scattering of larger aggregate. We'll come to what that is about. We find larger pieces, the only large aggregate at all in these mortars, and it's not much, it's about 5%, will either be brick or coal or sandstone, and these are all macroporous, and as you will see, the presence of even that small volume of macroporous aggregate accelerates the carbonation of the lime in that mortar quite significantly. Other such mortars in the region, and even an 1889 vicarage, there we see a very lime rich pointing over a lime leaner lime sand building mortar. So It's a poulticing effect, you might think, drawing, stopping moisture penetration more efficiently, but also drawing out received moisture more efficiently from the larger poured interior mortars. Whole houses survive, this one from the 17th century on the right hand side, brick, with their original mortars intact. And some indeed survive on the medieval church in the village there, the Saxon church, early medieval church. We see these one coat plasters as opposed to just pointing and lime washing around the country. Here, this one perhaps with a two coat, with a very thin finish coat, but built in 1752. This in the village I'm sat today, a thin one coat render coat with a scattering of larger sandstone aggregate. This may not be any more than 5%, 10%, 20%, and the majority is lime. Here the remnants of a thin render coat in another part of North Yorkshire might be read as full pointing, but is in fact the remnants of a render coat. And here is that typical render coat, again in remnant form, over a pit sand built masonry. It's very thin. It's not even an inch thick. It's not even 25 mil thick. It's less than 10 mil thick, but does a very good job. And here again, over rubbly stone and pit sand built masonry, we see another very thin render coat that is almost entirely lime, with some larger sandstone aggregate added to them, and lime wash. You're seeing residues of that lime wash at high magnification. This another system. This looks like full pointing, but again, it's a remnant. So these render coats are barely covering the highest points of the stone, and are then lime washed typically. In earlier periods, we've seen this described by Neve. We've got lime and hair that is then lined. This is probably medieval, in fact, and we see remnants of a similar thin lime coat to the exterior of the same building. This is into a medieval spiral staircase that's being opened up at the time. And down in Gloucestershire, so it's not a North Yorkshire thing, it's universal across the UK, I would suggest across the world. We see earth-lime building mortars with then not pointed, but then finished with a very lime-rich thin render coat thrown to fill any recessions in the bedding mortars, and then levelled after application. Here again on a very thin coat on a church with some cement patching, sadly, but enough of the original survives, and you can see lined. And when you see lining like that, just scratched in, that's obviously a clear indication that it's going to be lime washed, and it's to create the illusion of stone ashlar. Here we see lime and hair on hard within this 17th century building. You can see again a very thin coat used as the interior plaster, then lime washed, and inside this mill the same, a thin lime and hair coat over, which would then be lime washed. This may or may not have been also on the exterior. This sandstone, typically they pointed with a very lime rich pointing, and then lime washed on the exteriors in the region, as Bransdale illustrates. This of course pattern was common in the Roman period. The lime and hair would have made this over the brick here, and you can see from the masonry elements that this would have been a very thin lime and hair coat. Most of our buildings in the UK now that read as pointed buildings were of course at least lime washed, if not thin coat rendered and lime washed. And here's an example from Cornwall with an old photo showing you how it used to look, and these old photos are very useful in this regard. Reinstating of hot mix renders and lime washes here in Israel to the left, and in Arles there to the right. The first time hot mix has probably been used in Arles for some decades, is what one might say. And in Tel Aviv, in a model farm built in 1850, but built to local building practices with earth-lime building mortars, and then top right hand side and top left you see a very full pointing mortar, which is lime only. There's no hair, there's no sand aggregate at all in these mortars, it's just lime, and that was shown by analysis. And then you see this was redone like for like by Centaur Conservation in 22-23, quite clearly and obviously you would expect that is a preparation for lime washing, but the architect drew the line at lime washing. Lime washing is hard to achieve these days in Israel as it is in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. In fact, it's often the case in France as well. But a beautiful job, beautifully capillary active and a beautifully dry fabric. We only have to look at old images, paintings and so on from Palestine from the 19th century to see that lime wash was the norm, even on the city walls of Jerusalem, the bottom right here. But here, bottom left, where a sign has been moved just recently and replaced, you can see centuries of lime wash that were underneath the original road sign when it was applied in the first instance. And when we see this very full pointing here, as in just under the eaves in Nebraska, that again is a clear preparation for lime washing, I would say. So yes. So we've looked at very lime-rich mortars, which I would argue were the norm for many, many centuries in many places, if not most places. But let's look at a little bit at hot mixed lime sand mortars, the most commonly used for general building from the early 19th century in the UK and elsewhere, and of course when the majority of standing buildings were constructed. So although earth lime perhaps the most common in terms of their use for the most time, the volume of buildings that remain, most of those built with hot mixed lime and sand mortars. How do we tell if they were hot mixed? Typically, the typical indicator is the presence of residual lime lumps, typically angular lime lumps. These lime lumps would survive if you slaked it to a dry powder and then mixed it 2 days later when it's cold. So the real definition would be hot mixed or made to a mortar very soon after slaking. Of course, the purpose of laying down lime putty over a long period is for all of those lime lumps to slake, leaving no lime lumps. In the early history, that was the strategy, to leave no lime lumps for the very finest plaster finish coats, as in Roman practice. Other times they might be sieved out immediately after mixing. So the definition of hot mixing is that the quick lime is slaked in intimate association with the aggregates and mixed with those aggregates very soon after slaking. There are a variety of methods, and according to the kind of lime we're using, we'll be talking about, or the form of the quick lime, we should be talking about that a bit later on. But just a little indication of how common they were. Miller talking about laying down lime plasters after slaking because of that risk of late slaking in the work, although this is for finished work really. Limes which are unsuitable for plaster work, known as hot limes, i.e. still hot, and which when plaster is obliged to use them must be slaked for a period of not 3 weeks but more, nearly 3 months, although that depended on the lime, and that are then not safe, quite safe for building, safe from for blistering, are the limes mostly used for building purposes. This is 1898. So for most other purposes, the mortars are being hot mixed, and very often they're being used hot, although this is not absolutely essential and wasn't always the case. The Romans, of course, in my opinion, hot mixed. That's indicated by the survival of their lime lumps in their work very often. We can see them again here in Roman work beneath the Gothic cathedral in Valencia that survives and has been excavated. You can see multiple lime lumps on the top right in Roman work done in Greece. And you will see that Faventinus, writing later than Vesuvius, says that the lime used should be recently slaked, and it advocates that 1 measure of slaked lime to 2 sand is the leanest you would want to use it, because otherwise it won't last very well. Our experience is that 1 lime to 3 is sufficient, 1 quick lime to 3 I should say, which becomes at least 2 lime to 3 after slaking, that is a durable mortar. But there we are. And here in America, Oregon in 1873, you see multiple lime lumps, and the variable size indicates that they've not been sieved. I mean, for the core work of a wall or for masonry with larger joints, that wasn't considered necessary. and craftspeople are always looking for the most efficient, not the laziest, the most efficient means of preparing their mortars, which is one of the reasons hot mixing is so common. But here we see a hot mix, but with small lime lumps there on a medieval brick from Hull. That has been sieved or screened before being made to a mortar to remove larger lumps. And we see similar in Chicago in a building from a Frank Lloyd Wright building, and you see hot mix mortars there over on the right hand side from Viminatium. We had those analysed. They were hot mix, but they was initially wet slaked rather than being slaked to a dry powder. A wet slaked mortar is stickier but tends to have a higher water demand. Under compression, a little bit of shrinkage is not such a problem. Here again, multiple lime lumps in a building mortar, a bricklaying building mortar. We see on the same building that the same was used for pointing, but with a little bit of wood ash, perhaps to toughen those mortars a little, and so a little bit of nuance there. Again, lime lumps, bits of coal, ash or coal, but are they there from the kiln or have they been added by the mason? I would suggest more likely the latter than the former, but we see lime lumps there, and again this is a wall that's pointing has been there for 250 years and it has remained very durable. Here on Holy Island we see very full pointing, indicative of the intention to lime wash. The lime wash has gone, of course, but the full pointing remains, and we see that this pointing is laid over an earth lime bedding mortar here, the earth spilling out from behind. And there a Hoffman kiln, a large kiln for commercial production of quicklime, which in this case was then shipped to Scotland for use. So one method of slaking with, certainly with powder, is that you would mix powdered quicklime and sand together. The slake would then happen very intimately with the sand, and we moderately wet the mix while kneading it. We obtain a mortar that sets quicker than the first, i.e. one made from lump lime, and hardens better. Again, de la Faye in France, 1777, if we mix 2 parts of sand freshly extracted from the river with 1 part of powdered quicklime, it will create a very fatty and adherent mortar. This is a building we did 12 years ago now with a hot mixed lime and sand mortar, 1 line to 3, but using powdered quicklime, and you can see how dry the upper part of the tower is by comparison with the still cement pointed lower part of the tower. This tower itself built with Roman spolia from nearby Roman settlements and fortresses on Hadrian's Wall. This is another job we did 2014 with hot mixes, hot mix pointed with the sand and lime, again 1 quicklime to 3, hot lime shelter coats here and hot mix mortars for the brickwork, and got Stavanger Cathedral in Norway, hot mix lime mortars. The more exposed areas had a little bit of wood ash added, 10%. This is the most northerly Gothic cathedral, they say, in Europe, but an airline mortar with minimal pozzolanic addition in places has done and is performing very well. This is the recently unscaffolded Lincoln Cathedral West Front. Conservation and repair works done throughout with hot mixed airline mortars, and looking magnificent and looking dry. So just a little building account to give you some idea of the detail you can get, but you can see 1,235 loads of sea sand, which may or may not have been washed, some land sand, loam, but mainly chalk, chalk lime, non-hydraulic lime, and then we've got a few bushels of trass, but that would be used for cisterns, for anything underwater, and so on, and perhaps for the copings, the wettest parts of walls, and a lot of hair, a lot of cow hair for the plastering. So if we look at the ubiquity of hot mixing, this is an analysis or a re-examination of 4,000 mortar samples taken by the Scottish Lime Centres Trust over the last 40 years, and you can see that 77% were judged to have been non-hydraulic to feebly hydraulic, 6% were eminently hydraulic and 18% moderately. Doesn't mean that those hydraulic mortars were made with natural hydraulic lime. More likely they were made with pozzolans, volcanic ashes and so on. When we look at those that were hot mixed or made directly from quicklime, we see that accounted for at least 74%, and only 9% were adjudged to have been made from lime putty. What is amazing here is that people have denied that hot mixing was the norm in the last 20 years as it's been revived. This seems remarkable in the face of the evidence, of which this is only some. Ordered in a different way, we see that in the pre-16th century, 90% of the mortars hot mixed from quicklime and so on, the blue. And then we see in the 20th century still a significant proportion are being mixed that way. But what is displacing hot mixing largely is in fact commercially available dry hydrated lime. That's the silver colour. Or dry hydrated lime was around and identified earlier, but we have to take into account that this is somebody's interpretation of the data, but nonetheless it shows a pattern. Another way of showing the same is looking at the calcitic lumps in mortars from the ancient Greek period through all other periods of Greek history, done by Maria Stefanidou and others, and we see that ancient Greek mortars, 100% of those mortars contained line casts, indicating swift use of those mortars, not necessarily hot mixing, but being used very soon after slaking. 89% of Roman mortars, only 60% of the Byzantine, 87% of the Ottoman mortars, 73% of medieval mortars, and 70% of modern mortars. This is an analysis of 1,000 mortars. Of course, the sample dictates a lot of what you see, but again, a clear pattern there of hot mixing or rapid use of freshly slaked lime. So as I said earlier, fat lime, which did include feebly hydraulic lime in historic definitions, were the mortars used for above ground construction. This is commonly doubted by the marketing of natural hydraulic lime suppliers, producers, by the cement industry, but the truth is the evidence for this is overwhelming. So let's just look at a few examples of that. Marshall, 1789, lime as a building material, especially for plasterers' use, cannot be too pure. In the ordinary constructions, we prefer to employ fat limes and sand to gather stones and to build walls, because this mortar is abundant and cheaper. In humid places, in particular underwater, wherever we wish to stop the action and infiltration of water, we use a mortar that hardens underwater, or we use some béton. That's French, particularly French, for a cement made with hydraulic lime, natural hydraulic lime. But in 1910, as late as 1910 in France, we differentiate mortars thus: fat lime used for raising walls, hydraulic lime for foundations, substructures, basements and works meant to be immersed, slow or prompt cement for underwater works or in very humid places. This could stand for all time. The Romans, as is generally accepted, only used pure lime, also with pozzolans according to purpose. But the only thing that has changed over time is the nature of that cement. When he says slow cement, he means Portland cement. When he says prompt, he means natural cement. And for those places, different kinds of cement have been used through all time, often based on oils or fats or resins. Again, looking at that analysis by Maria Stefanidou, she concluded that the lime used through all of those periods was pure lime, or nearly pure lime. Others, engineers, were the ones pushing for the use of hydraulic lime above ground. We see Biston in France in 1828 complaining that the masons refused to use the hydraulic lime, natural hydraulic lime that is being produced, because it does not expand as much as the others and because it hardens quickly. Therefore, the workers would have to change how they work. It's true to say that the purest lime is the one that slakes the most rapidly and almost immediately when water is added to it. So when you see descriptions like Quilts, lime which slakes the quickest and heats the most in slaking is the best, and this also falls to the finest powder, or Nicholson, let stone lime be chosen which heats the most in slaking and slakes the quickest when duly watered, that which is the freshest made and the closest kept, that which dissolves in distilled vinegar with the least effervescence and leaves the smallest residue insoluble, and in the residue the smallest quantity of clay, gypsum or marsh or masser. It's those quantities of clay that might give hydraulic reaction. So here he is saying those are exactly the things you don't want in a lime and in the lime mortar. Smeaton, it is not to be wondered at that workmen generally prefer the more pure limes, because being unmixed with any uncalcareous matter, they fall into the finest powder and make the finest paste, which will of course receive the greatest quantity of sand into its composition without losing its toughness beyond a certain degree, and requires the least labour to bring it to the desired consistence. Hence mortar made of such lime is the least expensive, and in dry work the difference of hardness compared with others is less apparent. We won't look at Henry Scott sneering at that idea. He was one of those promoting the use of hydraulic materials in the air. We see lime suppliers advertising the 99.5% purity of their material. If this isn't what masons wanted or plasterers, why would they do that? And we see Searle in 1935, as cement was being used more for the production of ordinary mortar for general use by builders, either a fat lime, a lean lime or a hydraulic lime may be used. Fat limes are preferred. Hydraulic limes are stronger in cementing power and behave like a mixture of fat lime and Portland cement. Not many people would understand that, but they are. If we look at the top 32 lime producers in America in 1922, we see that the leanest lime being sold was 92%, but the majority of them, and 3% of the residue, was magnesia, not clay or anything like that. We see that they're 94, 95, but most of them 97, 98 and 99% pure. Lean or poor limes, these are limes containing over 5%. People will assume they're hydraulic, but unless that lime, the silica, is very evenly distributed, and if it is, they might give slightly hydraulic properties, but ordinarily no such chemical combination will take place on burning, and the impurities simply serve to depreciate the quality of the lime produced in the observation of Eckel in 1922. If we look at the binders routinely used at Chatham Dockyard, a military site in the UK, most building above ground with chalk lime at 1 quicklime to 3, subsequently repointed with feebly hydraulic lime. The significance of that reference is that Halling, which he references as a source of feebly hydraulic lime, is just across the River Medway from Chatham Dockyard. But they didn't choose to use it for building. They might use it for pointing in later periods. And 3 cubic feet of sand to 1 of Dorking or Halling lime will be a good proportion for making mortar with those limes, but they approach very nearly to pure lime. They're slightly impure limes is all they are, whereas Blue Liar's lime was a much more hydraulic material and used, as you see here, in wharf walls and so on, in wet places. This idea of prompt use, again, the lime should be used as soon as it comes from the kiln. If it can't be kept in waterproof casks, obviously today we can keep it in waterproof containers, but the same rule should be used in regard to slate lime, which should be used the moment it is slaked. It is essential that lime should be well burned and capable of slaking the moment the water is added to it. This is only really true of a pure lime. So let's look at some of the advantages of a fat lime. This is Alfred Searle, again writing in 1935. but these are the advantages over cement. It enables bricks to be laid more rapidly and more easily than when cement is used, as lime is more plastic than cement. A greater strength can be used by replacing some or all of the lime by Portland cement, this becoming common in this period of the 20th century, but where such additional strength is wholly unnecessary, there is no object in securing it, and lime mortar has ample strength for all ordinary buildings. Fat lime produces the only mortar that can be prepared in large quantities in advance. Fat lime makes the most economical mortar. The cost of materials is low because of the high sand carrying capacity of the lime. The strength of the mortar is ample, thus permitting it to be used under practically all conditions. Fat lime avoids delaying the bricklayers who, when cement is used, have to wait for the mortar to be mixed because it starts to set as soon as it is mixed. Lime mortar is always ready for use and so increases the efficiency of the entire force and makes maintenance of construction schedules easy. Some builders add a small proportion, 15% of Portland cement, to lime mortar in order that it may set quickly enough for the builders to work rapidly, as in many modern steel skeleton structures with brickwork panels. Important to say here that the US Bureau standards established before this that until the cement proportion exceeds 25% of the binder proportion, that the ultimate mortar will be weaker than it would be if you used just lime only. For exterior renders, the most suitable lime is a fat lime, such as that specified for interior plaster, and whilst an inferior may be used, it is not recommended. The advantages of lime for exterior work are: it is cheaper and goes further than Portland cement, it is equally durable, it has a greater sand carrying capacity, it is more plastic and so is easier to use, the slow hardening enables the material to adjust itself to the background better than cement plaster can do, the waste is much less. The question of course arises, why did we stop using it? That's a social question, I would say. Searle also talks about the advantages of industrially dry hydrated lime, that is to say, over lime made on site from quicklime. It can be stored indefinitely and easily. It requires no slaking. It is more uniform in quality. It contains less core or useless material. It avoids the production of bad putty through carelessness or ignorance of the man in charge of the mortar. It avoids the loss otherwise caused through having to make more putty than is needed to allow for useless material in the lime. It is particularly easy to measure and use. Lazell has shown that mortar made with hydrated lime is stronger than that made with hand slaked lime, that was wet slaked, and used immediately. For most building purposes, hydrated lime is as good as need be desired. There is truth in this. However, the original mortars we're matching always were made with site slaked lime, typically. So why did the crafts always prefer pure or nearly pure non-hydraulic lime for above ground construction? Sutcliffe, 1899. Mortar ought to serve at least three purposes: to form a soft but gradually hardening bed to receive the various building materials, so that these shall obtain a uniform bearing, notwithstanding the irregularity of their surfaces. In the second place, to prevent the passage of wind and rain through the joint of the walling, that is entirely due to bond. And lastly, it ought to have adhesive and cohesive strength enough to bind the component parts of the wall into one solid mass. Not looking at a historic text, but looking at the modern ASTMS or ASTMI Code of Conduct, workability is the most important property of plastic mortars. Workable mortar can be easily spread with the trowel into the separations and crevices of the masonry unit. Workable mortar also supports the weight of the masonry units when placed and facilitates alignment. It adheres to vertical masonry surfaces and readily extrudes from mortar joints when the mason applies pressure to bring the unit into alignment. Workability is a combination of several properties, including plasticity, consistency, cohesion, and adhesion. Good workability is essential for maximum bond with masonry units. Mortar strength, Boynton and Gutschik, is often greatly overemphasized to the detriment of other essential mortar properties, such as workability, water retentivity, these are two sides of the same coin, and bond strength. A workable mortar will be a water retentive mortar. Unlike a lime, if it isn't water retentive, the mortar can be dried by contact with a porous building unit and therefore will lose bond. So the Ministry of Works, unlike a lime mortar, a cement mortar will readily lose water to a thirsty brick and thus give loss of adhesion. The same is true, it has to be said, of a natural hydraulic lime mortar. It's said that lime mortars are frost vulnerable. Well, not really. A porous material has to be 85% saturated before frost can gain any purchase. And unless a masonry assemblage becomes nearly saturated, there is little danger of any frost damage. A wall containing a straight Portland cement sand mortar would be strong but vulnerable to cracking and rain penetration if it has made any sensible bonding at all between brick and mortar. A wall containing a straight sand lime mortar would have lower strength, particularly early strength, but greater resistance to cracking and rain penetration. Show you some of this in action here. This section of wall here, they told me I couldn't take this down because we would lose the irreplaceable tiles that were used to build these the door openings and window openings of this 1864 building because of the bond. In fact, there was no bond. I was able to lift each one after releasing it from the iron grip of the cement around the edges, lift each one off because there was no bond at all. I saved and rescued every one and was then able to rebuild it once again with a hot mixed air lime mortar. We see a dry cavity wall construction here in Leeds from the 1950s, complete and durable bond and dry fabric. This is what we get with air lime mortars. Shrinkage away from the stone is a common feature of all hydraulic materials built in the air, and we see this here with a natural hydraulic lime 3.5 at Lindisfarne. We'll talk more about this later in the presentation, but you can see that that is just letting water in. There is no bond there, and the mortars have shrunk, as they will do after hardening, and water just flies into that wall, such that the inside wall was bright green. This is that same section of wall repointed with an air lime mortar, and as it was quite recently, weathering in, but still there and intact, and the wall still dry. Bond, this is what good bond means. This is built without centering by Chris Pennock, was built in 2020. He just builds each course of mortar, each course of brickwork around without any centering, using the adhesiveness of the hot mixed lime mortar to hold the bricks in place while he carries on. And this is the completed article. These bricks are on flat, not on edge, except in the center there, and carry an 18-ton green roof on the top. So no worries there. This is a monastery being built in Wyoming by Brother Joseph and his fellow brothers, using a hot mixed air lime mortar. Again, no centering required, just using the stickiness of the mortar, and that stickiness in this case enhanced by the addition of sticky rice water, just a little, but that only enhances the stickiness of the mortar. So why are air lime mortars load bearing immediately before carbonation? I've sent you the paper that talks about this, but you get hydraulic underpressure created within an interconnected capillary active pore structure, and that's equivalent, as in this estimation, of 20 MPa. So the mortar doesn't squeeze out completely under weight, and so on, and holds the material up. That water is then slowly but steadily displaced as the mortar dries, and then the mortar carbonates. The fact that you can't build fast with air lime mortars is a common assertion. This whole building was built in 5 months, completed in December 1899 with air lime mortars, or in some cases very feebly hydraulic lime mortars, and it was finished in December 1899 before the really cold winter of the Midwest came in, and there was no frost damage either to those mortars, for all that they would not have been substantially carbonated when the building was completed. There's the analysis of those mortars, and the mix was 1 slate lime to 2.02 aggregate, and they were hot mixed. As far as bearing again and load bearing, this is Brother Joseph's work again. These 6 columns were built in 2 days with a hot mixed air lime mortar, volcanic ash there, but graded ash, so not very hydraulic, and each of these blocks weighed 1.5 tons at this stage in the building, but none squeezed, and that build was very rapid and efficient in 2 days, using the cranes and so on that are available to them on this project. This wall, I built this with hot mixed air lime mortars. It's brick on the other side. The only thing that stopped the building of it was the time that I had to build. There was never a point when the bricks would start to swim around, or the pressure, the mortars squeezed out, or anything like that. Airline mortars become load bearing pretty much immediately, with suction, with water content in the mortar, and so on, as we just looked at. There's that wall during construction, the cores being filled and so on with mortar as the wall is built, and there it is also again, and the scaffolding there, the hay bales that we were using just to get to the very top. And here, after pointing, the greenness there, not because it's damp, or it is, but it's because those hay bales had been there all winter and had just been taken away before we started pointing. So, as I say, we have a lot of pressure from engineers for the use of hydraulic limes above ground. VCAL was the first of these really that exerted this kind of pressure. He was actually producing an artificial hydraulic lime of his own in a large factory, and we can see that he may have been self-interested in that assertion. Lesage, as he says here, had called for the prohibition of the use of such mortars above ground as early as 1777. VCAL disagreed, but he does say that if you're going to use NHL above ground, then you need to saturate the building units, you need to keep them in a permanent state of wetness, and you need to keep the wall wet all of the time, and that if you stop building, as you'll see in a minute, you build a trough on the top of the built wall with mortar, fill it with water so that water is soaking in. This is all to stop those mortars drying too fast. The trouble is it will stop you building very fast, because those materials so wet will start to swim around, and you will not be able to build very many courses before you have to stop to allow those mortars to stiffen. If they do dry too fast, of course, he identified that those mortars would lose 4/5, 80% of their strength, which they would have acquired if they'd been given ongoing hydration, which they need, and they need them for a long period, and a longer period than does cement, for the same reasons. So here again we see that from Searle, hydraulic lime undergoes a complex chemical change when in contact with water, sets to a hard mass. It does this equally well in air or underwater, provided the mortar is supplied with sufficient water to ensure its adequate setting and subsequent hardening. If the supply of water is insufficient, the hardening will be incomplete. It is important to say that none of this is necessary when you use air lime. All that is necessary is that you control the initial rate of suction. In the case of bricklaying, that generally equates to dipping the brick just before you bed it, and that's the only control of suction that is required, because suction is actually part of bond formation. You need suction. When you're using hydraulic materials, the objective, as you're seeing, is to try and eliminate that suction. Of course, it can't be fully eliminated, but that is the objective, and that makes building very difficult and very problematic and very time consuming and inefficient. This was known, of course, as water is absolutely essential, not only for the initiation but also for the continuation and completion of the chemical processes involved in the setting and hardening of hydraulic limes and cements. It is imperative that the moisture should not be extracted from the mortar too soon. With lime mortar, ordinary lime mortar, a moderate use of water in the same way is advantageous, although the lack of it has not so marked an effect as with cement and hydraulic lime. Mortar made from cement or hydraulic lime must be mixed in small quantities and used fresh. Mortar which has once started to set cannot be remixed without loss of ultimate strength. But let's assume for a minute that the natural hydraulic lime or mortar gets enough water to set during its use. What happens later? So the US Bureau of Standards looked at shrinkage during early hardening in a lime mortar, an air lime mortar, and volume changes subsequent to hardening in hydraulic mortars, in cements particularly. So in early hardening, and this is with airlines, this type of volume change is omnidirectional. It doesn't pull away. It attends hardening through cementing action. It occurs but once during the lifetime of a mortar. Its magnitude is diminished when the mortar is in contact with an absorbent unit and is greatest when in contact with solids of zero porosity. A mortar which hardens slowly is more or less plastic when most of this type of shrinkage is completed, such as a lime mortar. Data obtained during extensive study at the Bureau of Standards show conclusively that this type of volume change is not damaging either to the mortar or to the bond between the mortar and the bricks. This was found to be true regardless of the magnitude of the shrinkage of mortar during hardening. This is airline mortars. However, with hydraulic mortars used above ground, this volume of change is characterized by expansion on wetting and shrinkage on drying. It is cyclic and frequently is rapid if the conditions for wetting and drying are favourable. It takes place in rigid mortar that has an elastic limit. High volume changes subsequent to hardening are characteristic of dense mortars of outstanding hydraulic properties. They are lowest for straight lime mortars. This type of volume change is reduced as lime is substituted more and more for Portland cement. And we see this happening in cement sand mortars. We see it happening in NHL mortars. I've just shown you an example. And of course, if they've made a bond, that bond is broken by this expansion and contraction during wetting and drying cycles. Deformability is another characteristic of airline mortars, of course. Here in Yorktown, MA, a cannonball fired by the British, I would imagine, has impacted the lime mortared brick wall. It's caused movement, it's caused deformation, but the mortars themselves have not cracked. They've absorbed that impact without cracking or loss, except in the immediate vicinity of the impact. So let's just summarize some of that. Fat limes expand the most during slaking and slake very quickly when duly watered to either a dry powder or to a thick paste. Porous building units require minimal pre-wetting before bedding when you use a fat lime mortar and become structurally load-bearing almost immediately, whilst remaining sufficiently plastic to absorb settlement and further compression without cracking or breaking bond as building proceeds. They're deformable once dried and carbonated. As VCAT and others observed, hydraulic limes demand saturation of building units, insofar as this is possible, and ongoing saturation of the fabric during construction, and for as long as possible after construction to set properly. The period of maximum strength gain in an NHL mortar is 6 months, for instance, all of which makes efficient construction impossible, promoting swimming of bricks or stones, and all of which will compromise bond and invite the bleeding out of what pure lime there is. Suction of a water-retentive mortar from porous fabric is part of appropriate bond formation. Fat limes are eminently workable, cohesive, adhesive, and water-retentive. Water retentivity is essential to the formation of good bond and durable full extent of bond. Cements and NHLs have very low water retentivity, and rapid drying compromises bond and its extent, as well as strength development. Roman pozzolanic concretes, however, and more hydraulic pozzolanic mortars have good workability and water retentivity in the early stages, high porosity in the early stages, although this diminishes over time, and relatively low compressive strengths, mitigating these inherent properties Fat limes are stable in wetting and drying as well as in thermal cycles. Hydraulic binders are not. Fat limes are inherently high in the volume of capillary active pores, resisting significant water penetration and rapidly losing received moisture, whatever its source. They maintain above ground building fabric in a dry and healthy condition. Fat lime render coats and lime washes only enhance this behaviour. Cement and NHLs are low in capillarity. Just a little diversion, but according to these tests all done by Maria Stefanidou, comparing lime putty, commercial hydrate and hot mixed lime mortars, and testing those according to all the standard structural engineering criteria. You can see that in terms of compressive strength, for instance, 1.61, this is after, I believe, after 28 days, and that's twice as strong as the lime putty version. But in all of these cases, you can also the dynamic modulus of elasticity, it's the lowest and therefore the best with the hot mix lime mortar and so on. So you can see all these comparisons. Absorption, you see that the most porous and therefore the one that will get rid of the moisture most likely the fastest, or will absorb the most and so on, and the most porous is the hot mix lime mortar. But in most of these cases, the dry hydrated commercial air lime is not that far behind, in some quite significantly, but in others not that many. But it's all, again, stressing that these mortars meet structural engineering requirements in general. These mortars here that I'm showing, W1, 2 and 3, we made those mortars on a workshop in Ottawa some years ago, and they were immediately sampled by the National Research Council of Canada and then tested over a period, and you can see that they achieved 0.9, 0.8 MPa after 28 days, and after 56, 1.53, 1.48, 1.28. By 90 days, you can see that they were all around 2 MPa. So that's fairly consistent, and compared to one made with a cold slate lime, which was only at that period 1 MPa, so half as strong in that case. And the US Bureau of Standards, again, this question of the strength of a mortar is apt to be given undue weight. Since masonry is assumed to weigh 150 pounds per cubic foot, then the compression load at the bottom of the wall is, and it gives you the figures here, a mortar with a compressive strength of 100 psi, which is a third of an MPa, should be able to carry a wall of 96 feet or 9 stories, so long as that mortar is part of a built wall. A mortar joint in a wall may possibly be 9 inches wide by 30 foot long by half an inch thick. In the joint, the ratio is 9 divided by a half equals 18. So therefore, if a mortar has a strength of 100 psi when tested in the form of a cube, i.e. uniaxially, it should theoretically have a strength of 1800 psi when laid up in a wall. That's 18 times stronger in effective porosity. David Wiggins, recently being more conservative, has estimated that the compressive strength, effective compressive strength, will be at least 5 times the uniaxial compressive strength. And yet so many judgments are made on the basis of uniaxial strength, and so much testing is done too soon to give a representative strength, but bearing in mind that the mortar is load bearing from the start. It's not dependent on that later compressive strength at that stage. One other things though that do strengthen a mortar, limestone has been shown to significantly strengthen a mortar over ones made with sand. So you can see on the right hand one, lime mixed at 1 to 3 with a dry, or 1 to 2 with a dry slate commercial hydrate. You can see that the one made with sand is significantly less strong than actually all of the others made with different limestones. And there is variation between the limestones, the ones such as the Ham Hill that have iron content being stronger, in fact. So limestone aggregate increases the strength. This is well known, and this is one source of that. And also limestone aggregate increases the carbonation of the mortar, speeds the carbonation. This is work done by Anna Arizzi and colleagues at Granada University. And we would see that the truth is that mixing with hydraulic materials will reduce the carbonation. And will reduce the porosity of the mortar, therefore reducing the availability of the interior of that mortar to CO2 in ingress. In this case, they found that only 20% carbonation occurred, and that would be after 100 years, whereas other research showed that an airline mortar will carbonate 80% in the first 2 years without such additions, such hydraulic additions. And this, again, this slowing of the carbonation by the addition of pozzolans, by the addition of hydraulic activity of any kind, has been well known for a long, long time. You can see here Gilmore in 1886 quoting Robertson, the depth to which carbonic acid is absorbed into mortar in a given time, and to a certain extent the induration, the setting from that cause, varies inversely with the hydraulic properties of the lime. And this example on the left is showing you samples of a lime concrete floor made. The top left was, and this is after 6 weeks, carbonation after 6 weeks only. You see that the one which was just air lime has carbonated probably 50%. The one below that, which had 5% of trass, of volcanic ash, in very fine form, had carbonated, what, 5%? The one with 10%, no more than that, and the one with 20% has carbonated hardly at all, if at all, in those 6 weeks. So that shows you the difference and the effect. And the consequence of this can be severe. So here, where we added 10% of trass in the winter to a chimney rebuild, that trass has prevented any carbonation in the earliest phases, and in the winter weather the free lime has been available to bleed out because of that absence of carbonation. Here another example of the use of NHL, which of course has some free lime in it, but here in a wet stress situation with poor detailing, this and slow setting because of this newly built structure. This was newly built 6 months before, but during the winter it's become very wet because of the low capillarity of the NHL, perhaps, the poor detailing and the absence of carbonation. And it's not only that the air lime, the free lime content has bled out in the rainfall, but you can see that all of the sandstones are green with algae, indicating almost complete saturation of the building fabric there. This is not a good situation. In this case, hot mixes were specified, but the contractor ignored what was my specification to use hot mixes for this purpose. So the setting of a lime mortar, and we look at carbonation, is the result of 3 distinct processes, which however may all go on more or less simultaneously. First, it dries out slowly and steadily and becomes firm. Second, during this operation, the calcium hydroxide, Portlandite, which is in solution in the water of which the mortar is made, crystallizes and binds the mass together. Third, as the percent of water in the mortar is reduced and reaches 5%, carbonic acid begins to be absorbed from the atmosphere. If the mortar contains more than 5%, this absorption does not go on. While the mortar contains as much as 0.7%, the absorption continues and actually generates its own moisture, the water of carbonation as it's called, so it can be self-sustaining after this point. The resulting carbonate probably unites with the hydrate of lime to form a subcarbonate, which causes the mortar to attain a harder set, and this may finally be converted to a carbonate. The mere drying out of mortar, our tests have shown, is sufficient to enable it to resist the pressure of masonry, while the further hardening furnishes or assists in the necessary bond. Richardson, 1897. And I quoted this earlier, but you can see from the research is done. These are all of literature reviews of many texts showing that as a surface finish, the airline mortars will carbonate 80% in the first 2 years, whereas the mixed, in this case, cement lime mortars, but this is also entirely relevant to NHL mortars, which are natural cement lime mortars, but without some of the predictability, as you will see, of a true cement lime mortar. The likely carbonation rate is 20% in the lifetime of that mortar. And again, it's assumed that using a feebly hydraulic lime will deliver a stronger mortar and therefore should be done, or a mortar that somehow most of it has to carbonate, but somehow this carbonation will occur faster. This of course isn't true. The free lime, which can be 90% in a feebly hydraulic lime mortar, still has to carbonate. But a comparative study of the compressive strengths of pure chalk lime, feebly hydraulic chalk lime, and blue lias natural hydraulic lime, made with 5 different aggregates by Dibdin in 1911 and tested after 2 years, so a good period after their making, a more representative period of ultimate strength. You might be surprised to see that at 1 lime to 2, this is slate lime to 2, the chalk lime gave a stronger mortar than the grey chalk feebly hydraulic lime in 3 out of the 5 cases, and in 1 case a stronger mortar than the blue lias natural hydraulic lime. This is when fine sand was used. At 1 lime to 3, not a proportion I would recommend, but nonetheless at 1 slate lime to 3, the chalk lime was stronger than the feebly hydraulic chalk lime in all 5 cases, and than the blue lias in 2 cases. So, and in most cases, the blue lias was significantly stronger than either the pure lime or the nearly pure lime. So, not everything is what we assume it to be. The hydraulicity in the case of the grey chalk lime we might see as Eccles said, just reducing the quality of the lime. In fact, it may reduce initial shrinkage and that small amount of silica, same as small amounts of brick dust or other potentially pozzolanic material does, but Higgins identified that potential, that it would reduce initial shrinkage in an airline mortar as early as 1780, and maybe that was the bigger impulse for adding it, not any perception that it would make the mortar stronger, because clearly that is not a given in this case. A fully carbonated lime mortar maybe is what gives a greater strength. But there were common craft practices historically that accelerated the rate of carbonation. You might say that an airline mortar is most vulnerable before carbonation has taken place. Certainly after carbonation, it's virtually bulletproof. In frost activity and everything else, it's virtually bulletproof. So I would argue that the use of pure or nearly pure lime, wherever possible, accelerates the rate of carbonation because you don't have hydraulicity in there inhibiting or reducing that carbonation. The use of lime-rich mortars, again in my observation, accelerates carbonation. You've got a much more interconnected capillary active pore structure throughout more of the mortar, which makes those mortars more accessible to carbon dioxide in the form of vapor coming in along with mortar vapor. The use of limestone aggregates, that's well proven, and the finer ground they are, the more likely that is not only to increase the strength of that mortar, but also to accelerate the carbonation of that mortar. The addition of smaller volumes of larger macroporous aggregates, I've referred to this, but aggregates such as brick, sandstone or coal, Wiggins has shown that the addition of 5% of larger particles, 4 mil, 5 mil of these ingredients, will accelerate the rate of carbonation of the general calcitic and microporous matrix of the mortar by between 5 and 10 times. That's remarkable, but it was clearly well known by the crafts over many centuries, if not millennia, because we see those low levels of addition of larger aggregate in most mortars we work on, but particularly in pointing and render mortars. The low level addition of plant extracts, sugars, sugars, proteins, carbohydrates generally, jaggery in Indian practice, sugar, rice water, starches. These also increase the rate of carbonation. They also increase the mechanical strength and reduce the shrinkage. Mechanical strength wise, is that because in the periods of most testing, the accelerated carbonation means that they're fully carbonated, whereas without those additions they may not be. I'll leave that one in the air. Extensive pounding of the mortars, we've seen that, and our observation, if not scientific testing so far, indicates that initial dry slaking leads to not only a more rapid carbonation but a more diffuse carbonation at depth. And so this mortar here, which was dry slate lime only, was tested after 10 months for carbonation, and you can see here that it was carbonated significantly, but also diffusely through its depth, whereas normally with lime putty mortars or wet slate mortars, that carbonation takes place almost strictly from the outside in and can be very slow. So that's some evidence, but it's not final or comprehensive evidence, but it is my impression. We see here the testing of carbonations with 7-year-old lime putty and the evolution of lysogang rings, clearly demonstrating that they are carbonation fronts, but also very slow carbonation from the outside in until the later phase when you start to get more variable and diffuse carbonation. So let's now look in more detail at actual slaking and mixing methodologies. These are amply set out in most writings about old texts over and over again by pretty much every text, but we'll just dip into a few just to give you the general picture. So we have 3 or 4 traditional slaking methods. They tend to be called the ordinary or the common method in whichever building culture we're looking at. And so the lump lime is slaked in a mortar box or a pit or a basin of sand. The enclosure made with sand in the proportion it will be mixed, and to reduce the size that may be readily mixed with aggregate. Just enough water added to slake to a hydrate, or just enough and a little more to slake to a thick dough-like paste. Mixed with sand as soon as the slake is substantially complete, or not always, but generally, can be screened along with the dried sand if it's dry slate. So it can be thrown through a sieve or a screen, a mesh screen. Both of these methods guarantee the necessary temperature of the slake and avoid burning when it gets too hot and then adds cold water added to it, or drowning when you put too much water and therefore the temperature of the slake is suppressed. The temperature of a slake needs to reach a minimum of 100 degrees to maximize the falling to the finest particle size, to maximize the surface area and the porosity of the quicklime that you get. It could be done in a mortar box on its own and then mixed with the aggregate, but typically it's mixed with the sand in keeping in the water, and it is still flowing and hot when it's hot, so it's easy to mix. You can directly slake pulverized or powdered quicklime mixed with sand from the get-go, because you need to slake it on its own if it's a lump lime to reduce it sufficiently to be mixed with sand, but it's already reduced when it's been slaked to a powder, and therefore you can mix the two directly together and just add the water volumes. 1 volume of water to dry slake, 2.5, possibly 3 volumes of water to wet slake, to that sand and quicklime mix. Here's that method in imagery. And then you have aspersion or immersion, in which case the lump lime, in the case of aspersion, would be sprinkled or held with water. If it's immersed, it will be held underwater in a basket, typically, and tipped out, and it will then form a dry hydrate, which can be sieved before or after mixing with the sand while still hot, or after cooling, to take out unslaked and larger unslaked lumps, or then unslaked, to reduce them slaking later. It can be stored in a humid environment and more easily transported over longer distance. Aspersion was common for hydraulic limes, just enough water added to slake the free lime, and then it allowed it to be stored before water added, because an excess of water, of course, would promote the hydration of the hydraulic component and initiate setting of that material. If it was going to be used immediately, it might be wet slaked. Air slaking, which was uncommon, but you just set the material, the lump lime, out on raised platforms in open-sided sheds and allowed moisture in the air to slake it. The question, of course, is when does the slaking complete and carbonation begin, because it's clearly will slake to a dry powder in that case. People always mention it, but they then go on to say, but nobody ever does it. And this could take up to 6 months to happen. Sand slaking is as for the ordinary method, but the lime is slaked to a hydrate or to a paste in a basin of sand and left to cool before being mixed with the aggregates. It's not hot mixing, and typically will deliver a mortar that is less workable than if you mixed it up hot, and would require extensive beating to regain that loss of workability. So look at a few descriptions. Moxon, 1703. When you slake the lime, take care to wet it everywhere a little, but do not over wet it. And cover with sand every laying or bed of lime. This is slaking in layers, which is another version of the ordinary method, so that the steam or spirit of lime may be kept in and not flee away, but mix itself with the sand, which will make the mortar much stronger than if you slake all your lime first, as we've just described, and throw on your sand altogether at last, as some do. Thirdly, you beat all your mortar with a beater 3 or 4 times over before you use it. You thereby break in all the knots of lime. You're actually incorporating lumps of lime that hadn't at that point necessarily slaked, and incorporate the sand and lime well together, and the air which the beater forces into the mortar at every stroke conduces very much to the strength thereof. This is an unscientific rendition. What it's actually doing is reducing the lime and the capillary pores, or using the pore structure to a capillary active structure. But this is 1703. Essentially, Moxon knows everything that you need to do and all of the science without knowing the science as early as 1703. Neve, the method of making mortar. Some workmen tell me that it's best way not to use the mortar as soon as it's made. The mortar having been made, typically hot mixed, but then not used in a hot state, nor in making the lime run before it is mixed with sand. And so he goes on. But Wallage, he says, tells us it is a great error in masons, bricklayers, to let the lime slacken and cool before they make up their mortar, and also to let their mortar cool and die before they use it. Therefore, he says, if you expect your work to be well done and to long continue, work up your lime quick and but a little at a time, that the mortar may not lie long before it is used. We see it commonly said that no more mortar should be mixed in one day than can be used that same day. It's another version of this same idea. So you see, different masons would have different preferences, but most of the mortars are being mixed hot, whether or not they're being used in that hot condition. We see that a lot of dry slaking is going on in building practice. At the Queen's House in 1616, Samuel Avery, William Brown, for slaking, sifting and wetting of lime into mortar. The sifting and wetting of a dry slaked lime. Sieves, Moxon says, to sieve the lime and sand before they wet it into mortar, or lime and hair. In this country, this is Hassenfratz talking about a part of France. We are accustomed to employ fresh lime just made and to slake it by aspersion or instantaneous imbibition. It falls into dust, and we make a mortar by adding water to the powdered slaked lime to reduce it to a paste. When slaked by immersion and maceration, he uses the term immersion here as in the way that some others use drowning. The lime should be used in the following 8 days of its slaking, otherwise it hardens and loses its property to bond, gather, attach and adhere stones together. This is commonly said about lime putty, and is true, in fact, according to research done by Granada University. The longer it's laid down for, the more supersaturated the lime particles become, and the less they are able to bind sand together. William Marshall, in talking about Yorkshire, lime, whether it is intended to be used for manure, for spreading on the fields, or for cement, ought to be reduced entirely to a dry powder, and for cement it ought to be mixed in this way evenly and intimately with the sand. And he says if you use wet sand and do it in layers, that's the best method of all. The description from Spain: use for the lime as plaster without mixing sand, and the building will be the most beautiful and luminous. But the method of slaking given by Villanueva in Spain, in the first method of slaking, and that commonly performed in Spain, the quicklime is reduced by sprinkling, spraying the heaps with water so that it ferments and crumbles and is reduced to powder. To this end, the heaps must be turned over and cut with paddles and beaters so that it is homogeneous, leaving all the bones, what the Spanish call the lime lumps, and stones not penetrated by the fire, so that the mix is clean and is then set aside. Do this 2 or 3 times. The lime is then piled up and covered, and if possible mixed with the sand, i.e. when it's still hot or warm, or mixed later. Traditional mortar proportions: 1 part quicklime to 2 or 3 parts of sand, giving 1 to 1 or 1 to 2, or 2 quicklime to 2 lime to 3 sand when it's mixed at 1 to 3. These proportions are very common, but as I've already shown you, much lime richer than that was also very common. These are probably the most common proportions we find in the 19th century, but earlier periods they were often much richer than that. Moderately to eminently hydraulic lime: 1 part quicklime to, which doesn't expand very much, but it will expand some according to how hydraulic. 1 part quicklime to 2 parts of aggregate, or 1 to 1, never at 1 to 3, the proportion in which slate quicklime is typically mixed these days. And for earth lime mortars, 10 or 20% of the clay-bearing subsoil, sometime richer than that, and as we saw in Bransdale, 2 lime to 1, in fact. So the typical, as I say, is that we see those proportions in Roman work on analysis, that they were mixed at 1 quicklime to 2 or 1 quicklime to 3. But VK indicates 1 part of slate lime to 2 parts of aggregate as the minimum, the leanest you must use. Faventina said the same in Rome, and so on. The objective was to get as much sand into the mortar without compromising workability and performance. This is what determines the lime richness typically. And masons, as we saw earlier, and we'll just replenish our memory, bricklaying mortars in London in 1750, 2 unslaked lime, quicklime to 1 sand, giving at least 4 lime to 1 in use, and Trass mortar 2 lime to 1, or hydraulic mortars 2 lime to 1 part of the graded potentially hydraulic aggregate. And we see other very lime rich mixes around that time and before then, of course. Let's just look at the range of mortars used in the Houses of Parliament. We see Dorking and Mercham lime. These were feebly hydraulic. These were typically being used in the waterworks there, the river walls and so on. We see chalk lime. We see lime and hair. We see pargeting mortar, which is for the inside of chimneys. Fine stuff, that's lime only finish coats. Blue pointing mortar, that's with with coal ash added. Darkened or coloured pointing mortar, when they go maybe coloured red to point brickwork, subsequently then pointed with a lime putty tuck pointing mortar, just lime. White mortar for pointing that. Cement, which would be natural cement at that time. Windsor loam for the furnaces and the ovens there. Ground clay, probably as a waterproofer in those same ovens, in cisterns and so on. Clean river sand, and plaster. Plaster in this case might well be gypsum plaster. There's a fresh horse dung and lime mortar, 1-to-1 with quicklime. Makes an incredible mortar, shrinks not at all, and is remarkably adhesive. Another talk here from Gwilt: the lime when slaked must be passed through a sieve, so again dry slaking as to leave only a fine powder. The screen lime and sand are shoveled and mixed together, then the water is added, the less in quantity the better. Afterwards it is tempered by beating or passing through a pug mill. When mortar is made, it should be used immediately, that is, supposing the lime to have been well burned. And here he talks about 37.5 lime to 30 sand, 24 lime to 37 sand. This is almost certainly quicklime he's referencing there. In respect to that used by plasterers who employ an inferior lime, it is a practice to make a large quantity of mortar at a time and either bury or cover the fresh lime with a yard or so of thickness in sand and then pour on so much water as will slake it but not reduce it to dust, and then to take that out. But this not being laid under water, this is the critical thing. It doesn't become supersaturated. It remains, as Delorme said about this method, unctuous and ready for use. Pasley in 1826 railed against the bricklayers in London who put far too much lime in their mortars, in his opinion, and said they were wasting public money. So he set out to establish what is the most sand you can put to one quicklime without compromising workability and performance, and what is the most lime you are ever likely to need. And he settled on 1 quicklime to 2 as the most lime you will ever need for performance and workability, and 1 quicklime to 3 for the most sand you could put to 1 quicklime without compromising workability and performance. Those impulses may well have been the same in the Roman Empire, those of saving money. Both of those mortars are very reliable. They are very durable, even in the British climate. My default these days would be typically 1 lime to 2 quicklime, but nonetheless, most of the work I've ever done in North Yorkshire has been done with 1 quicklime to 3, and that has proved very durable and has kept the buildings dry. New York City building laws, you can see that more 1871, they're trying to save money there too, but they're talking about 1 quicklime to 4 parts of sand. If that was pulverized first, that would still be a reasonable mortar, 1 lime to 2, and goat hair for inside plastering. And Lazelle talking about practice in New York City in 1915, more often than not, the plaster is placed on the wall or the mortar laid between the bricks within a few hours, i.e. when it is still hot from the slake. Germany, for the mortar, well, it's in Holland, but it's a German text. Use fresh unslaked lime, slake it in the mortar pan, and then mix the well-washed, coarse and dry sand into it while still warm. It should be well worked together. Build with it. This results in long-lasting, durable walls which are not easily damaged by salts, especially when such walls are built in early spring and dry out a bit over the summer before the cold winter sets in. Gilmore, just reiterating what we've been talking about, but making ordinary lime mortars, the measure of sand required for the batch is first placed upon the floor and formed into a basin for the reception of the unslaked lime. After this, the latter is put in and the larger lumps broken up with a mallet or a hammer. The quantity of water necessary to form a stiff paste is let on and from the nozzle of a hose or with watering pots. The lime is then stirred with a hoe as long as there is any evolution of vapour, after which the ingredients are well mixed together with a shovel and a hoe, a little water being added occasionally if the mass be too stiff. At this stage of the operation, customary to heat the mortar compactly together and allow it to remain until required for use. When circumstances admit, it should not be disturbed for several days, and during the period of its consumption should be broken down and tempered in no larger quantities than may be required for use from day to day. That's a pretty comprehensive description, and so on. In the Yemen, they make their mortar by first initially dry slaking it into a fine powder. They then wet it through to a thick paste. They then put it into a tank and cover that with water, but for 12 hours only. They then take that material out of the tank and they beat it in the form of a thick paste. They beat it for days, traditionally for 3 days, but for 1 day in these days, and then they'll use that material to make lime wash, to make lime plasters on its own, or to mix with sand. And we saw the evidence of this in Masada, a similar method, a lime kiln here, Roman pattern lime kiln, a lime kiln below that, an area, a processing area, which was filled with a heap of, or had within it a heap of dry sand, of dry slate lime on excavation, and next to that a built tank with a tide line of wet lime around it, suggesting that that dry slate lime is then being processed into what we might characterize as lime putty, and is then being used for fine finish coats or whatever other purpose. Just other descriptions, I'm not going to dwell on those. When the lime is slaked, and this is the same when it's mixed with sand already, to a dry hydrate, thrown through a screen after slaking to a powder to take out larger lumps, and to take out with the sand larger sand aggregate as well. This is being done in Ireland on a grand scale for works by Madigan Masonry. There you see the ordinary method, the lime being slaked on its own, covered with the sand, and then mixed and moved a few times, both times towards the mixer, and then being knocked up to a mortar for use in that mixer, just when as needed in small batches. Fleury was a dragon about this sort of thing, an architect in France, as it takes about a quarter of an hour for the lime suffocated under the sand to be reduced to powder. We prepare several piles at the same time next to each other, that the mixture of the first can be done. The mortar from the first pile being still hot, a labourer takes it to the masons, who use it without ever adding water. While they are working on it, the compagnons prepare another pile, and so on, always having 2 or 3 piles in front of their hands, in order to give the lime time to dissolve well before being made up to a plastic mortar. Workers must never leave work, either at meal times or at the end of the day, until all of the mortar from the last pile has been prepared and is completely used, because it would harden to the point that we could no longer handle it, stiffen, you would say, with the trowel without adding water. Then the same effect would result as if, after having spoiled the plaster, we diluted it with water a second time. However, this is what masons do every day, very inappropriately, and what they call refreshing the mortar. In British English, we would call it sweetening the mortar. There is strong evidence, and this is from Pompeii, that the Romans, the Yemeni method was very similarly applied by the Romans, but also that the mortars for concretes and so on were initially dry slaked. This excavated active building site at Pompeii had 2 heaps of dry slaked lime mixed with volcanic ash and other aggregate, ready to be knocked through to a mortar for use in the concrete work going on there. So a strong proof, you would say, that the Romans dry slaked their mortars at least as often as maybe they wet slaked them. And another method, the other method that I mentioned, the other ordinary method, which is layer slaking. And this is Damien Condon on a workshop doing on a small scale, so alternate layers of the aggregate that will form the gauge, the quicklime that will form the mix, and then more aggregate and so on, wet sand or wetting the quicklime between each laying of the sand, and then leaving it in the box to slake. Damien does this on a giant scale, as you can see there, 4 meter square scale there, and then mixes it together with the sand, either when it's still hot or the next day if it's cooled, and then keeping the weather off it and moving it several times, mixing together, and then knocking it up to a mortar as it's used. And this is being used for exterior render coats primarily, but also for pointing mortars and so on, and of course always in the end lime wash, being lime washed. This is the more typical method, with just in Central Europe, mainland Europe, just one layer of the quicklime in between. The water is drizzled down through the upper layer of sand and then slaked essentially to a dry slake, and then mixed and taken out and mixed together in the gauge that it will be used in. We see here lime being dry slaked, sieved, made to a mortar, and then made to a plaster and applied in an image from France from the 19th century. Applied, you will notice, in a thin coat there, a thin, very lime-rich coat. Other methods, this is for travelling small-scale works in Chicago, 1924. In slaking the lime, form a shallow basin of screened sand into the mortar box, place the lime in this basin, pour the water over the lime until thoroughly slaked. As soon as the slaking process is complete, mix the sand with the paste and shovel it out onto the wood platform to remain until tempered for use. We see dry slaking going on typically in India for very fine quality work, and you see there the dry slake lime being sieved before being made through to a plaster in historic images from India. Here you can see it being screened through a sieve in an artistic rendition, and here again with descriptions of the same thing. Here, hot mixing on site, you can see this is steam rising, and here you can see steam rising off of this bricklaying mortar being mixed, which is clearly going straight up onto the scaffold after mixing. We think in Sweden or in Holland in the 17th century in this case. Roman practice there, the mortars being tempered, and then again going straight up. We can't say that they're being hot mixed or otherwise in this image, but nonetheless you see this tempering and rapid use of the mortars. So when we see distinctions, these are two plasters. This is a brick mortar and a plaster mortar that we sampled from Viminetsi Roman. The plaster mortar, which had brick aggregate added to it, had been dry slaked. The building mortar had been wet slaked. Here mortars, hot mix mortars from Nebraska, Fairbury, Nebraska, binder aggregate ratio of 1 to 1.8. But the mortar here was non-hydraulic lime, and sorry, I just said it was hot mixed. In this case, the lime had been screened in a form of a screamed putty, which was well slaked. So here we're starting to see putty lime mortars being used at this period. This is in the later 19th century in Nebraska. Higgins, however, compared a mortar slaked, mixed and used immediately with the same left for 24 days before use, so it sealed and left in a damp cellar for that period, and he examined the mortar in the joints every fortnight and could perceive a very considerable difference in the hardness of them, the mortar which was used fresh being invariably the hardest. At the expiration of 12 months, in pulling the walls to pieces and by several trials of force, cement to break the cement and separate the bricks, I found the mortar which had been used fresh to be harder and to resist the separation of it from the bricks in a much greater degree than the other specimen. So pragmatic experimentation, but nonetheless showing us something. In the Canadian Parliament building, the specifications, all the mortar for rubble masonry to be composed of 2 measures of fresh, well-burnt lime to 5 of sand. All the mortar to be used in the brickwork to be the best fresh, burnt brown lime, 1 part lime, quick lime that is, to 3 of clean pits sand. The mortar to be used as hot as possible, and no mortar to be mixed in 1 day than can be used on the same day. So this is a common requirement. At the British Houses of Parliament, the mortar to be composed of stone lime, so lime made from limestone as opposed to chalk, and sharp river sand in the proportion of 3 measures of sand to 1 of lime, the whole well mixed in a pug mill. When he says lime, he means quicklime. The lime to be kept in an enclosed shed and no more mixed at one time than is sufficient for the day's consumption. So again, this presumption in favour of swift, hot or warm use. And The river wall, however, one measure of the best fresh burned Mercham, Dorking, or equally other approved lime, that is to say a feebly hydraulic lime, one measure of finely ground Italian pozzolan, and 2 measures of sharp above bridge river sand. So we're seeing very clearly the use of pozzolans, not natural hydraulic lime, insofar other than the feebly hydraulic and pozzolan being added. The plasterers, who use a finer kind of mortar made of lime and sand, observe that their plaster or stucco blisters when it contains small bits of unslaked lime, and as their purpose is to work their stucco to a smooth surface and to secure it from cracking or any such roughness, and as the hardness of the stucco is not their chief object, they very properly keep their mortar, that is to say their hot mix mortar, a considerable time before they use it, to the end that the bits of imperfect lime which pass through the screen, so again it's been initially dry slaked, may have time to slake thoroughly. And Miller gives descriptions of almost dry slaking the lime as opposed to wet slaking it, drowning it. So it's a very similar description, the method, to that we see in the Yemen, in fact. He does also mention that some are now pouring lump lime into a lot of water and drowning them, but that's not what he recommends and not what was normal practice prior to this time in general. He also notes that the plasters in Scotland are being mixed by the ordinary method, so hot mixed in that way. In practice, slaking of lime mortar is conducted in several ways. Either sufficient water is sprinkled over the lime to combine with it and resolve it to a powder, or an excess is added at once sufficient to make the finished mortar. The first method is in some ways best, because a finer, looser powder is produced in the manner already described, and because the poorer limes are much more easily and thoroughly slaked in this way with the aid of the greater heat involved. When too large an amount of water is used, the development of heat is prevented and the operation is much less complete. All of the water which is used should be added at once or nearly so. If it is added in small proportions, the effect is to cool down the whole mass and prevent thorough slaking. This is important detail offered by Richardson in 1897. Another description, but we'll skip over that. One thing that has been found by research is that the dry slaking method gives the highest temperatures in the slake for the longest period and thus delivers the smallest particle size. So therefore the greatest relative surface area to the material, to the powdered quicklime, than when the lime is initially dry slaked, instead of being made to a putty, and you can see. So the benefits to the crafts of initial dry slaking over wet slaking. It guarantees the necessary minimum slaking temperature, and they can reach 400 degrees centigrade, some slakes on scale. They're more efficient, less laborious and thorough mixing of lime and aggregates, easy and efficient screening, sieving out of larger lime clasts and aggregates. There is a lower water demand due to a larger and crystalline particle size. That's, as said by Rodriguez Navarro, it kind of contradicts what was just said by the previous researchers. However, the crystal form is critical. It's a crystalline form rather than a platelet form, and both of those things add up to lesser shrinkage. It may be pounded to workability with a minimum of necessary water. This is known to all of us that do it. You get a much more rapid movement towards initial set. Often you can't make a fingerprint into a lime and hair plaster mix within a few hours of placing it onto the lath. That's not the case with a powder. It's easier off the trowel when very lime rich than a wet slake mortar, which is of course very, very sticky. Very lime rich mortars are eminently durable. A stronger initial adhesion and bond, I believe that to be true, but that's not been demonstrated by testing. And I believe also more rapid and diffuse early carbonation. It's important to add to this that research by Bartholdi and Midtgaard in Denmark recently has shown that although the structure of a dry slaked mortar, initially dry slaked and initially wet slaked mortars, is different, the ultimate performance of those two differently prepared, differently slaked mortars is the same, as long as the lime aggregate proportion is similar. So it's about preference, it's about how sticky or not you want the mortar to be, and how rapidly you want to approach initial set, and how much shrinkage you're prepared to tolerate, put it that way. Schumacher House here, an example, you see lime lumps but to a maximum size. That's a clear indication of sieving in a plaster mortar in this case. And I'm going to skip through these, which you can read at your leisure. However, of course, there were other ways of slaking. So fused lime, we crush quicklime in a tub by submerging it in water until it has no longer any heat and is completely soaked. This material turns into a paste after 24 hours. Then we add sand without any real proportions, and we will add again some water. This drowned lime produces a mortar that dries up slowly and will never reach a good consistency because this drenched lime has lost its aptitude to stick to other materials. So counselling against that method by de la Faye as early as 1777. Slaking quicklime involves sprinkling the lime with water to break it down to a fine powder or dust, and is done in various ways. That's Van der Mast. We won't dwell on that. But he is saying after being thoroughly quenched and expanded, a certain amount of water is added and the lime is mixed. It's then drained into a pit, for which purpose a hole is made in the wooden trough, fitted with an iron grate and a sliding wooden cover. A basket placed to catch any lumps that pass through the grate. The lime is allowed to mature in this pit for some time, especially if it is to be used soon. Note that has been initially dry slaked, and the behaviours I've discussed just now do persist. It will, although it's slower to move to initial set, obviously having been soaked, it shrinks much less than if you've wet slaked it or drowned it, and it will, and that is a major benefit. Van der Mast again, talking about in the context of municipal works, slaking lime on a flat surface has the disadvantage that too much water runs off during the process. To prevent this, many prefer to perform the slaking pit in pits dug into the ground. These slaking pits are constructed of masonry and must be watertight to prevent external water from entering and depriving the lime of its salts. In such pits, the lime becomes thick and sticky, one of its principal virtues. Hence, in places where lime is continually needed, such as municipal works, factories, etc., such pits are essential to keep the lime moist and ensure sufficient use for supply for use. This lime, removed from the pits as a solid, sticky mass, is initially difficult to turn with a hoe. However, by adding water and vigorous mixing, it becomes soft and workable. One must, however, ensure that the stored lime is covered with a good layer of sand to prevent the loss of its volatile components or damage from frost. Now, critically, this is not being kept under water, it's being kept under sand, and as the previous quote from Van der Mast suggests, was being initially dry slaked before being made to that putty. Below another method, but we won't dwell on that one. And Miller saying, as I said earlier, in making coarse stuff is generally slaked by immersion, is run into a pit, the size of which is usually made up of boards, brickwork or sand, the lime being put into a large tub containing water. When the lime is slaked, it is lifted out by means of a pail and poured through a coarse sieve. It is sometimes made in a large oblong box. But the point here is that this is what's happening towards the end of the 19th century, and a lot of this, in this case, in the Miller case, and this is being driven by engineers who saw dry slaking as wasting lime because not so much is slaked as when you wet slake it, and so on. As we've said already, Miller talks elsewhere of not dry slaking as such, but slaking it with a minimum of water, just a bit beyond dry in a moist state before making that to a plaster. Here, we're not going to dwell there. So here's lime being run into a large pit, as was common in the 20th century. It's being run in a pretty liquid form, as you can see. This pit is 3 meters deep. It is at least 3 meters across and up to 10 meters long. This is a massive pit, and it's being filled with lime. But typically that lime was then being extracted, that lime putty being taken out after 2 weeks. And the guy that I spoke to about this, who'd seen this all going on in the 1950s still in Liverpool, said that the lime was still hot when it was being taken out 2 weeks later. When you have lime slaking at such a high volume as that, that's entirely believable. But of course, with it still being hot, it's then mixed with the sand or the other aggregate and by the plasterers and by the bricklayers on this particular site that he was talking about, but is flowing and still has its binding properties. It's not been held under a lot of water for months and months. Beast on with care, we will need to put the quicklime into a basin to put a quantity such as will not spill out during slaking. We will then throw the water on the lime, wait a bit, and when the bubbling begins to decrease, we will stir the gruel in such a way as to be sure that all parts of the lime are dissolved. When the gruel is homogeneous, it will be run through a grid opening into an earth pit to conserve the lime until it is used. It is essential to throw into the basin all the water necessary for the slake. If there is not enough, i.e. not enough to slake it to a dry powder at the least, we will have to wait until the gruel has cooled down before adding any more water. Otherwise, the lime will become lazy, will remain grainy and resistant to mixing. What he's saying there is it will, because the lime is so hot for not having had enough water, it will chill when you add cold water to it. And when hot lime is chilled, it won't slake anymore. Wherever the lime lump is in its slake, it will not slake anymore, and you will produce a mortar that's short. I would hasten to add, these are not the lime lumps that we see in a typical lime mortar. It's not because the mortar has been chilled during slaking. And here we have the same, another description, and you can see that process going on here in France in 1765. Note that the stonework there is very fine ashlar, and it may well be that this lime putty that they're producing is to be used on its own for laying that stone ashlar. And here we see that eyewitness account, but I'm going to let you read that at your leisure, which I hope you may do, and move on. And similarly here again, just one description of lime putty, how it was made for very fine joints in brickwork. You can see the term putty, better known as the cement for fixing glass in windows, is applied in brickwork to a very different substance, which is nearly the same as a hot lime grout. It is made by dissolving in a small quantity of water as much hot lime as, when slaked and continually stirred with a stick, will assume the consistency of mud. It is then sifted in order to remove the unburnt parts of the lime and should be used without delay, i.e. typically it will still be hot. It is only proper for gauged brickwork or for the ornamental outside work of brick walls. That's lime putty, a very specific thing for a specific purpose and made much more liquid. Typically the bricks would be dipped into it to grab the mortar and then placed. A similar description from Batty Langley. This is a very durable material. This building here in 1726, built with exactly this kind of lime putty mortar and soft red rubbing bricks, and is all in immaculate condition, totally uneroded and undegraded. Similarly, lime putty here being used as a mortar only for fine ashlar stonework and again engaged brickwork there. And here similar being used by the Romans for the same purposes. We've not learnt very much worth learning since the Romans, and many of our practices do still reflect Roman practice, whether we know it or not, and whether we misinterpret that practice or not, as we have done during the lime revival. And here again, lime putty bedding mortars in Paris there on the left, and this grand but ruinous building in Cumbria. You can see the lime putty bedding there tucked away behind the stone. This building hasn't had a roof on it for a long time, so a lot of the mortars have suffered some attrition. So I now want to look at the historic ubiquity of airline based surface treatments, renders and lime washes. Plasters and renders were typically of non-hydraulic or feebly hydraulic lime, and they were very lime rich. Binder aggregate proportion really matters to performance. This is what we've learned by observation and analysis over recent years, and contrary to the ones we've used previously. So there is a revival, there's a pressure, especially in the context of climate change and in the context of churches that have lost their surface treatments, which are inherently wet inside and in their fabric, a pressure to reinstate render coats and lime washes. These two are overseen by Ashley Courtney, architect. This church, chancel at least, is now a very wet, a very dry building. Hot mixed lime mortars applied hot, as I remember, and hot lime washes applied hot. An earlier project done with sand and lime render coats as well, but hot mixed in 2018, reinstating thin lime render coat here, not lime washed, which may or may not be a good thing, but clearly they work and they manage the moisture whether they're lime washed or not. There's a move throughout Norway to reinstate lost lime wash finishes. Lime washes can be a subjective thing, but blimey, wouldn't you rather look at the church on the right than that one on the left, with that confusion of stone and so on, confusing your eye, looks very dour, looks magnificent on the right hand side. That's subjective, that's me being subjective. Of course, lime wash finishes are about performance and keeping the building optimally dry. This project in North Yorkshire, again a church tower that was so wet that it needed gutters on the inside as well as on the outside to catch the water, caused a major controversy when this was proposed. This is reinstatement of a very thin render coat and then hot lime washes. It has been incredibly successful. The church tower is now dry for the first time in at least 100 years. And again, I would rather look at that than at the dour cement pointed masonry of the porch and in the foreground here. This a project of mine, so repointing a guardhouse here in Marine Guardhouse in British Columbia, Vancouver Island. The third oldest masonry structure in British Columbia was the Marine Guardhouse for the Royal Navy magazine, an island there. So very full pointing in preparation for lime wash, and then lime washing, as you can see, in the evening sun in this case. A little bit of wood ash added to tone down the whiteness mainly, but would also have assisted the capillarity. Wood ash increases capillarity rather than reducing it. And here the same on not in the evening sun, and you can see a brilliant white with a concrete elevation of the building done in the early 20th century, that too lime washed and so on. Here, reinstatement of a hot mixed airline render coat in North Yorkshire by J. Sumner Brown. We've come across him before, and then lime washed. So there is movement towards these reinstatements across the UK, but also a lot of resistance. People like to see bare stone in the same way as they like to see bare timber. And we would stress again, this is all about performance, not about aesthetics. Hot lime wash here, this time in an internal, in the interior of a building. And obviously lime mortars used as surface treatments in the course of conservation, the lime method as pioneered by Robert and Eve Baker. Here at Crowland, one of their very early projects, they used 1 lime putty to 3. The best you can say is that that has behaved sacrificially, i.e. it's all gone. Is that because it was 1 line to 3? Is it perhaps because it wasn't as compatible as it might have been? We can't necessarily answer that question, but I'm going to show you things that might persuade you of that. This work was done some 12 years ago now, but done again with hot materials, hot mixed lime rich mortars and hot lime washes, hot shelter coats, aggregated lime washes. We'll see. We've got a comparator there to see how that performs over time. Here, hot mixed and hot applied shelter coats over hot mixed mortar repairs done by myself in not in 1220 but in 2010, and that's done very well as well in general. And we see obviously this picture on the right. This is a very lauded building in the village that it's in. People take photographs of it, assuming it to be the most authentic building in the village. It really isn't, because the top left and lower are what it used to look like, not only with wheat thatch rather than reed thatch, but are not pointed with cement as it is today, pointed with lime and lime washed, and also in the context of climate change with window shutters to help keep the building cool within. And so that's the authentic version of that building, and it was lime washed, as so many, if not all, buildings were. Here, Rydale somewhere, but fully lime washed. So in this case, coarse limestone, pointed with a very lime rich pointing mortar, and then lime washed, and another version of the same system below. And similarly in villages looking at buildings as they were, you can see that thatch there. That too did not have eyelid windows. It didn't have rooms in the attic in the past, but they're lime washed and below now cement pointed. This terrace here, working class housing, lime washed in the recent past, but no longer lime washed and typically pointed with cement, and the fabric consequently moist. A few of those still have some lime pointing, and they're relatively dry by comparison. And it's not just because the lime is limestone or a porous stone, of course. Here we've got almshouses in Morstan Hampstead in Devon, in the past fully lime washed, if not with a thin lime and hair coat of plaster and lime washed, and now granite. And I say it is of granite, but now cement pointed. That lime wash would be keeping the core of that fabric dry. The fact that it's granite and relatively impermeable is not irrelevant, but of course the mortars it's built with are capillary active and need to get rid of their moisture, and cement will stop that and keep the fabric wet. The air lime treatments will keep that fabric dry, as we see it to be in the past. In America too, this limestone building in Nebraska, as it looks today and as it looked in the past and after it was built, lime washed, as you would expect, and all to do with performance. Similarly, other examples of the same, this building as it looks today and as it used to look, full pointed and lime washed. Of course, there are parts of England where these systems and this pattern, this culture survives. Essex is one of those, and you see on the top right a lime and hair rendered on lath building. You've also got struck lime render on hard, probably on the brick lower floor. The problem here is not when these survive. The problem is when they get displaced by natural hydraulic lime renders, or worse, of course, or as bad, I should say, cement renders. So, but they do survive, and the culture, the idea that you do it, survives very well. So less resistance to these treatments. This building I replastered in York with a hot mix lime plaster in 2020, and you can see here it was a timber frame building, and the lath, we reproduced what they did originally, nailed on individual little bits of lath onto the timber frame there, and then the plaster running across the whole, and bonding directly to the brick infill panels. and hot mix pointed on the outside. Again, really needs to be lime washed, but that wasn't even a consideration by the client, unfortunately. So what if we let's look at this research done by Meta Midgard, which is hugely important. So on the left you have a thin section of a 2:1 hot mixed plaster coat. You can see the brown represents lime, the yellow represents voids, so in this case a few cracks. The middle one is a reproduction of that with the same proportion, but using powdered quicklime, which is highly reactive. That would explain why perhaps you've got more shrinkage cracks there, because of the high reactivity of the quicklime. However, in general, that is very similar, and you can see you've got a continuum. You've got lime, which is completely contiguous. It's all the lime is joined to all of the lime. On the far right, you have a 1 lime putty to 3 at thin section, and you can see you've got isolated islands of lime. The lime is not connected to other lime. You've got huge voids, relatively huge. You've got a lot of voids, maybe accounts for 40%, maybe even 50% of the mortar. The body of the mortar is actually void, and they're macropores, they're not micropores. So there's very little possibility of capillary movement, because that happens through the interconnected capillary active pores delivered by lime that is connected to lime. And Meta's analysis, these two on the left, 4 times the porosity of the lime putty mortar on the right. This goes even further insofar as Meta has demonstrated that because of that lower or absent capillary activity, that this material is actually blocking moisture. It won't pass through from the very capillary active host material applied to it. The water is forced around it, and therefore salts also are forced around and will gather at the margin. And this essentially is showing this mortar to be incompatible. Moisture will move out into the surrounding mortar from that mortar, and very minimally from the mortar itself. So Meta makes the case and has got physical examples of how that 1 lime putty to 3 mortar has proved itself to be incompatible with the host original lime-rich mortar, and has caused similar problems to that mortar as would have been caused had cement been used. This is quite a shock to what we believed in the lime revival. Anyway, Meta's conclusion is that it is entirely possible to produce lime-rich plaster with the same composition as Gothic plaster using hot mix mortar. The higher the binder content, the faster the water absorption, and we would say therefore the faster of the drying. The higher the binder content leads to more shallow migration depth. You can see most of the water is held in the outer margin there. That's being held in fact in the lime wash for the most part, and then is being released. The composition of lime wash is as important as the plaster composition. The ingrained use of 1 lime putty to 3 for repairing lime rich plaster should be re-evaluated. And here we see a larger thing showing that 2 coats of traditional lime wash, not the lime water thin stuff that gets sold generally in the UK these days, will hold the majority of the water that fabric receives. A little gets through to the plasters behind, but not very much, and then it evaporates away very readily. I would say, and add to that, if you've got 10 millimeters of lime only plaster, or very, very lime rich plaster behind that, onto a building, onto the hard of a building, and those 2 coats of lime wash, I think we can be sure that all of the received water will be held in that plaster coat, those finishes, and then be released. And it has been demonstrated recently that 20 millimeters of a hot mixed air lime rich mortar will hold all of the water received, and none of that will get through to the substrate, and then that will evaporate away very quickly. Okay, I want to look now at natural hydraulic limes. The use of natural hydraulic limes has become very common. It became very common in the UK after 1997. It's spread around the world. partly because of marketing, of course, but also partly because we, the British, thought they were okay to use. But let's just look at, and I believe this to be a major mistake. I mean, they're being used in China, they're being used all over the world, in my knowledge, think on the assumption that they are an appropriate, compatible material with which to conserve traditional fabric. I hope the following will show you that you need to think carefully about that at the very least. So, to quote David Jefferson, the use of natural hydraulic lime has become extremely common in conservation work in recent years. The reasons for this are not clear, although a complete ignorance of what the material consists of, coupled with hard selling by the manufacturers, are probably the two main factors. I would add a third, which is that in 1997, Historic England, I should say, or as they still were then, English Heritage Research Team, indicated that that's what we should use. And in 1997, what had prompted this was the failure all over the UK, increasingly, of 1 lime putty to 3 aggregate mortars, which had been recommended previously. So, faced with this failure, rather than doing a literature review and so on of historic precedent, either of lime putty or of natural hydraulic lime, and absent of doing looking at the typical uses for these materials, or indeed doing any technical research into the properties of natural hydraulic lime, English Heritage recommended that we use it, and this quickly became the norm across the UK. We're now seeing the consequences of this, and it spread into Israel and places that look to British example perhaps for their practice. It's spread into Canada, it's spread into the USA, and is very heavily marketed indeed, and is assumed to be a traditional lime. I think there's nothing that I've shown you before indicates that it was considered a traditional lime mortar historically. So let's move on. Troussard in 1842, although we give to this compound the name of hydraulic lime, it ought in fact to be regarded as a substance altogether different from lime. It is a new body with new properties. We use feebly hydraulic lime on this quay side here. It gets inundated with water regularly, and that was a little bit. Let me summarize what I see to be the problem with natural hydraulic limes. Used above ground, underwater with pozzolans historically, or underground, not such a problem, but above ground. They have minimal historic precedent for above ground construction. There was some use later in the 19th century driven by engineers particularly, but lessons were quickly learned, and you see them saying don't use it anymore for these purposes by the 1940s. Some historic precedent for underwater and underground construction, but fat lime plus pozzolan was generally preferred for these purposes, and except for concrete during the 19th century. Pozzolans are generally porous, although less so as if the pozzolanic reaction is fierce. Vical lobbied for hydraulic lime use in the air, but did not trust NHL for this, making an artificial hydraulic lime. There's excessive variability between brands and within the same brand. Variability in strength, in composition, in mineralogy. First call to ban them, as we've seen, was by Lesage in 1777 in France. They have poor workability. People had air entrainers in pursuit of some workability, but air entrainers eliminate what capillarity there is. And anyway, capillarity is low in NHLs. They have poor water retentivity. They dry almost immediately unless you keep wetting them, and very few people do wet them for more than a day or two, leading to deficient bond and a weak set without ample ongoing hydration, and high demand for ongoing hydration and protection. Only really gets enough of these things to set fully underground or in wet ground or underwater indeed. Generally low free lime content, say Astier used to advertise this fact in its modern form. Traditional forms had more free lime, they were fired at a lower temperature. Most modern NHLs have alite in them, which you would not find in a historic NHL fired at a traditional temperature and were normally gauged with Potsland for waterworks. Tricalcium silicates and aluminates in its modern form due to higher than traditional firing temperatures, over rapid initial set and over hard and dense. This is cement chemistry we're dealing with. Often too hard, brittle and rigid, and NHL 3.5 at 6 MPa, 18 times harder than necessary, although without any ongoing hydration will not reach anything like that strength and will lack body tenacity and indeed capillarity. Low capillarity and low effective porosity, low carbon capture relatively speaking, compared to an air lime certainly, generally incompatible with earth lime and pure or nearly pure lime hot mixed mortars and with porous stone or brick. Poor resistance to freeze unless mixed to squeeze unless mixed too dry. We do find them to be frost vulnerable in their early phases. Free water and free lime available to run down the masonry simply because of the reasons we've spoken about. Often durable, but at what cost to traditional building fabric and its performance. Historic environment Scotland, where NHLs were commonly used for a long period, in recent years, I should say, over the long period. Like for like repair should be the starting point. Not all lime is traditional lime, i.e. NHL is not traditional lime. Not all lime products are technically compatible with traditional buildings. Not all lime products are aesthetically compatible with traditional buildings. We encourage the use of traditional, including hot mixed lime mortars, for conservation and repair. We do not fund the use of formulated limes. As of 2018, HES announced at a conference that they would not any longer support the use of NHLs. The Historic England position slightly more nuanced. Hot mixed mortar embraces both non-hydraulic and gauged hydraulic Potslandic mixes prepared with quicklime and used hot. Also covers mortars prepared by hot mixing and then stored either as a dry hydrate aggregate mix or as core stuff and used at a later date when the materials are cold. This then embraces a huge palette of different mortars of types of mortars suitable for a wide variety of applications, as was the case historically, all of which can be prepared by hot mixing. So this church here was pointed with NHL about 10 years ago. You can see on the right hand side it's inherently wet in its fabric. It's never dry. I started to repoint at the other end from this picture, and you can see that when I chopped out the NHL pointing mortar, which was soft and very easily removed and powdery behind the face, the earth lime mortar is wet. It didn't take very long to dry is the truth of it, but at the time of removal they were wet. They were being kept wet by the pointing mortars. The two pictures on the right, I then repointed above a line which you can see very clearly. There wasn't that much money. They couldn't afford to pay for all of it, so I pointed from about 5 feet upwards, from nearly 2 meters upwards, and you can see that what has been repointed with a hot mixed 1-to-1 dry slate 1-to-1 mortar is dry, and the wall below with its NHL pointing is wet, and this remains the case. I put in a panel into the other end where you've got the wet fabric, and this photo was taken a week after repointing, so we've had carbonation at the face of the new mortar. We can see that the stone within the zone where that mortar is dry, and the stone and the mortars around remain wet. This is the normal situation. The best we can say is that any salts are in solution in that water. They're not crystallizing and breaking the stone apart. However, that's not the case everywhere. So here, Kilpeck, a hugely important church in Britain, with carvings from 1020 AD, and we've got recent repointing with NHL leading to dampness of fabric, and worse than that, where an excess of water in this upper picture shows where an excess of water has run off from the water tabling between the nave and the chancel. The NHL has not got rid of that water as efficiently as it should. It's held that water, and salts in the slower drying process have levered off the surface of a carving that has been there for over 1,000 years. And that, I would say, is cause and effect. NHL pointing, salt-induced decay of that stone. The doorway is a wonderfully carved thing from that same period, and you can see the mortars are moist and wet, and they shouldn't be, and that potentially will cause problems going forward, because the projection here of this stonework means that's the primary evaporation surface, and so who knows what may happen as time goes forward. Here again, repointing with an NHL, and the fabric, except in some places, is perennially wet, and as soon as you remove those mortars to reveal the original air lime hot mixes, the bricks dry, the mortars dry, and here where a panel is placed in to that wet section, that too becomes dry. This is within 2 days of pointing, and so on. So again, a cause and effect here. This building here, repointed with natural hydraulic lime and a macroporous sandstone, repointed with natural hydraulic lime. The picture on the left is during the winter. I think we can agree that is very wet fabric. The upper picture on the right is after 5 months with no rain in that town in the summer months, and it's still not a dry fabric. It's still moist, it's still wet. The building on the bottom, lower down, built with stone of very similar geology, but pointed with a hot mixed air lime mortar, and that is always dry, never wet. Even when it's raining, it doesn't present as especially wet. The moisture dries almost as soon as it is received. Kilpeck again, in closer detail, just showing you some of the quality of this stonework that is at threat. And this is in as well to show you the remnants of a one coat lime and hair render coat on the outside of that building historically. So another building here, the same. When it was first pointed, it hadn't been pointed with cement or with NHL, but it was wet. I didn't know it was as wet as it was. I didn't read it as a wet building or as a building with elevated moisture. It simply had lost its lime pointing, which obviously is a very strong poulticing effect on the front of the mortar. The earth lime building mortars were there inside, but not at the face of the mortar. This is that building after 6 months. You can see how wet it actually was, because now we see, after pointing it with these capillary active air lime mortars, we see how dry it now is, and it remains that dry. It's constantly that dry. So we've got a dynamic, lime pointing is a dynamic system, the capillarity driven by air movement, and so the more that lime is in contact with the air, the more efficient that capillary movement will be. This building here in Ireland is an Irish limestone. I think this is about 3 months after repointing with an NHL. You can see actually that the limestone reads as being quite wet. The mortars read as being pretty wet. Inside, the wall is saturated right through. And again, this is probably because of poor bonding. The work has been done very well by the mason insofar as he's following advice that's been given, and so on and so forth. And yet that has led to saturated fabric, such that he was asking me, how do I apply a lime plaster in here, because it won't set up because the walls are soaking wet. The only recommendation from the company that had supplied the natural hydraulic lime, a specialist lime suppliers, so say, was, oh well, you're going to have to put a water sealer over the whole building. Well, no, that's not the answer. The answer would be to remove that and to repoint with an air lime mortar. Here, this is what a dry air lime mortar pointed building looks like, just to throw that into the mix. Here again, NHL 5 pointed earth built building here in Scotland, at the top left, constantly in that wet condition, the dry bit where the fire burns, the chimney flue, and lower down 2 weeks after repointing with a hot mixed air lime, which is nowhere near carbonation at that stage, but is drawing moisture out. The building to the bottom left and the building to the right retain the NHL pointing, and you can see the two side by side in the lower left hand corner. In France, here NHL pointed limestone, wet to just below the eaves where the water is perhaps deflected, doesn't hit the building and soak in the same way. And to the right, a timber frame building, probably beneath this render coats. Again, high levels of moisture content in those renders and high levels in the building to the left as well. And this doesn't go away, it stays. Here, another building, and see how high that moisture is. Again, a little bit of protection from the eaves of the building at the highest level from the material getting wet and then struggling to dry. Render coat of NHL in a marine environment. These are advertised as dealing very well with sea salts. In fact, our experience is they deal very badly with those, and you can see a lot of moisture erratically distributed around that render coat, and of course some failure where the salts were particularly high. And again, a recently NHL rendered building in France with elevated moisture across those elevations, and unchangingly so. Now, we know obviously that cement, especially where there is a lot of salt, as here along a roadside where road salt gets splashed every year and then dries, the drying taking place much more slowly through the stone. In the rest of the year, salts will go to town and will degrade porous stones, such as this calcareous sandstone or limestones. We see here cement pointing with no rainwater shedding detail. We see a litter of frost damaged material on the pavement every winter. But actually here in Israel we see the similar patterns of damage when a calcareous sandstone has been repointed with natural hydraulic lime. That's what you're seeing in the three upper images, the left and to the upper. You're seeing a natural hydraulic lime pointing around a calcareous sandstone. Obviously salts get mobilized in Israel in the wet season, but then the dry season, those salts crystallize and degrade the stone. This damage, I was told, had happened within 5 years of application. We see similar, of course, in the UK to the right, where you've got cement throwing and road salts. But this also is in England, in the middle. That's to say ASJ 3.5 pointing. Salts are degrading the Pennine sandstone. You have no reason to know this, but Pennine sandstone is one of the most durable stones in the world, and yet the NHL is not behaving sacrificially as you would expect, taking the salts because of the capillary evacuation going place through it. It isn't, it's happening through the stone, and the salts are being deposited in the stone, and then when the stone dries, the salts are destroying that stone. Now this project here, I did this. In 2006, I put in a trial panel of say ASJ 3.5 NHL into this Ohio sandstone of the plinth of this courthouse. I went back in 2018 and the stone looked fine actually. I thought, whoa, phew. But then I went back in last year in 2025 and suddenly salt degradation of the stone is rampant. You can see the NHL pointing here with the stone eroding back behind it. Large sections of the pitch face stone are about to fall off with salt leverage and so on. So it's taken 18 years to occur, but that damage has occurred. And this is not a dissimilar timeline to when cement is used. The damage doesn't occur immediately. It takes time to build to a critical mass and then it unfolds. And we're seeing that similar behavior with natural hydraulic limes. Christchurch, Jerusalem, similar behavior again, but in very short order, within a few years of pointing with NHL and putting a slurry coat, a lime wash if you like, of NHL over that stonework in Christchurch, Jerusalem, and inside a significant dampness that didn't exist before, and a limecrete floor which is possibly promoting that dampness, certainly if a membrane has been applied. Smeaton, who I hate to quote against him, says that NHL was used locally in Bath, and advertising its strength as he says it's so good that the joints are more permanent and resist the weather better than the stone itself. The stone in this case being a Bath limestone. So basically the stone is eroding back, the mortar is standing proud. And this in one of the few areas where the blue lias was used above ground historically. Similarly, salt activity, we see the salts here in this NHL pointed brickwork on the bricks and of course within the bricks. This was a salt infested porch that we pointed with a hot mix some 12 years ago, and initially the lime mortar went white, and that was because it's full of salt, it's drawing out the salts. These days the salts have gone and so is the whiteness, and the limestone, the hot mix pointing, hasn't degraded, it's just drawn those salts out of the fabric over time, and they've then been washed away or brushed away depending. Here where there's a gauge mix, NHL and lime putty, that I did myself in 2001-2, that hasn't behaved sacrificially either, and the sandstone, which was already eroding due to a heavy salt load, has continued to erode back behind the mortar, and the mortar itself has not behaved in any way sacrificially. Beyond that, over the whole of the building is wetter than it was before we started when I looked at photos, and you can see how heavy the moss has built up on the places where it can because of that excess moisture in the fabric as a whole. This is not what we expected to happen at the time. Where you've got earth buildings, and we know if you render an earth structure with cement sand mortar, it is likely to get wetter and wetter and collapse. Well, that has happened here with a chalk lump wall. When it was 2 years after after plastering it, rendering it with an NHL 3.5 render. So this is, deeply concerning, and we see damage being caused to cob buildings in Devon where they've had similar applications of NHL bound render coats instead of the very lime rich traditional coats that they would have had. Here salts are not only building in this eco build, so a new build with NHL, but the limestone is powdering away. This is only several years after it was built, and we've got saturated fabric here of the curtain wall of the of Lincoln Castle, which is also bleeding out free lime because that hasn't been able to carbonate, but the fabric itself is saturated, and since this work has been done in the winter months, somebody has to walk the perimeter of the castle every morning and pick up stone faces that have fallen off in the frost overnight. That's because of excess water in the wall, obviously. So the standard for NHL, there's BS EN 459, and this is done by weight, so the mortars are measured by weight and with a sand that you would never use, but which is available everywhere in the world. So these figures, strength figures, are not representative of what you would find on site, but you can see that an NHL 5 has to reach 5 MPa after 28 days, but can reach 3 times that amount, 15, and still be called NHL 5. Similarly, an NHL 2, 2 MPa, but can be 7.5 and still be called an NHL 2. So you see that there is an overlap here into which you could fit any of these different numbers and call them any of those numbers without breaching the standard. The standard here is below to the bottom is for feebly hydraulic lime as used in the UK in the 20th century, the 1951 standard, and you can see that was expected to have a maximum strength after 28 days of 2 MPa and could be less than 1 MPa. So these are very different materials in essence. So the Historic England research, however, gauged all these mortars by volume, therefore they are representative of real site practice, and tested all of those NHLs available to us in the UK. And these are the results after a year, after a year, or 3 years, sorry. And you can see that we have 6 months of maximum initial strength gain, whereas it's 28 days with cement. And cement needs to be kept hydrated for those 28 days. You might suggest that NHLs need to be kept hydrated for those 180 days if you want them to set properly. You'll also see that the strongest on test wasn't an NHL 5, it was a 3.5, and that the weakest on test, this is the airline at the bottom, the weakest on test was also a 3.5. But that weakest 3.5, or put it another way, the strongest 3.5 was 3 times stronger than the weakest 3.5. This is an incredible rare variation. That same variation can exist within the brand. So bear in mind that the 3.5 was Saint Astier here and was 2 MPa in this testing. You will also see that given ongoing hydration in a climate chamber in this case, then the strength continues to gain. It continues to gain after that initial strength gain about half an MPa a year. That means that these mortars are getting denser as they gain strength, and who knows how long that strength gain goes on. But of course, it stops immediately if they dry out completely. So moving on, another version of those strengths we see over 360 days. You'll see after 360 days, the 129 cement mortar is about the same strength as some, at least, of the NHLs, but has quite a lot more free lime in it, and reaches maximum strength after 3 months, which is a common finding with cement lime mortars. The 116 is way too strong, way too hard, of course, at 10 MPa. Testing that was followed up by this testing was followed up in by Columbia University, COGNO, and there you see, if you remember, the NHL 3.5 Saint Astier was 2 MPa. He found that after 28 days it was 11.7 MPa. That's an incredible difference. Now that might be a rogue, but you'll see that these strengths again vary tremendously, and in the case of the Otterbein they're very similar through the 3 numbers and so on. You also got ridiculous compressive strength for 1312, the TO there, but nonetheless, sorry, that's the 28 day of the neat paste of the Saint Astier. That's why that's so strong in that case. But even so, the 3.5 was 5.2 MPa as opposed to 2 MPa in this test compared to the one done by Historic England. His conclusion after this research, and there's a lot of it, is that NHL should not be used for conservation, that it is not compatible. And the real source of that incompatibility lies with this slide, which is David Wiggins's research into pore size distribution and capillary active pore sizes. You'll see a historic lime mortar here has a predominance of pores that are capillary active, whereas an NHL 3.5, 50% of its pores are not capillary active. That's significantly less. And in Davis testing, you can see that the pore size distribution graph of NHL 3.5 compared to SEM2 cement sand mortar is very little different, and we have to say that the capillarity is likely to be very little different as well. As I said earlier, people put air entrainment in. That eliminates capillarity. Here we see that demonstrated. It increases vapor permeability, but it is not as vapor that that moisture moves through porous materials. It is only as capillary active material. That's the research of Robin Pender, which I would highly recommend. But vapor permeability is not the mechanism for drying porous materials. Vapor will bounce around inside a porous material until it loses energy sufficient to become liquid, and then will be withdrawn by liquid in liquid phase by capillary activity, and will return to vapor as it evaporates from the surface of the mortar. By contrast, let's look at pozzolanic mortars and concretes for waterworks and inherently wet places. it's important to say research into pozzolanic mortars remains limited. I mean, Marie Jackson and others are doing incredible research, but largely people stopped thinking about pozzolanic mortars when NHLs became the norm. People assumed that they were the same thing, more or less. They really aren't. They're very different things, but we're just beginning to really flesh out that difference. And of course, they were very common historically, although generally for wet places, for floors and that sort of thing. So what were pozzolanic additives? John Smeaton had identified a wide range of these in 1756. Volcanic ash of different kinds. Again, he mentioned pozzolanic ash from Mount Vesuvius, Trass, another volcanic ash, minions, calcined ironstone, coal cinders, coal ash, brick and tile dust, wood ash. Others were Smith's forge ashes, iron filings indeed. Modern pozzolans, slate dust to some extent when it's in micro silica form. Certainly helps with stiffening mortars, put it that way. Calcined china clay, metakaolin, there's all sorts of different names. A pulverized fuel ash. Smeaton concluded that the minimum pozzolan for water lime was 1/3 part of the aggregate, so 1 part of fat quicklime, 2 parts of sharp sand, 1 part of pozzolan. And if all of that pozzolan combined with those 2 parts of slate lime, then there would be no free lime left. You would have dicalcium silicate. Some feeble hydraulic activity may be achieved with hot mixing of iron-bearing limestone, possibly, and clay-bearing sands if those clays have volcanic material in them. But some people put in low levels of these materials, but for waterworks they need to be high levels. So Higgins, the materials of Trass mortar generally used in the construction of the best waterwork are 1 measure of quicklime or 2 measures of slate lime in the dry powder mixed with 1 measure of Trass, well beaten together to consistency of paste, using as little water as possible. Another kind, almost equally good and considerably cheaper, is made of 2 measures of slate lime, 1 of Trass, and 3 of coarse sand. It requires to be beaten longer than the foregoing. Now, if all of that Trass combined, if all of the lime was consumed, that can't use all of the Trass, so there would be Trass left. And of course, volcanic ash is a microporous aggregate, so that's not insignificant. The ashes of wood and sea coal are frequently mixed with water or used in the place of sand in laying tiled floors and even in external incrustations, render coats, he's meaning there. Some workmen say that they are used in the former case to save sand, others that they serve to resist moisture, and that they hasten the drying and induration and prevent the cracking of mortar, which is laid very thick in order to fill the depressions of walls which are to be stuccoed, and that they are used in finer incrustations with the sole view of preventing cracks. That's amounts of wood ash or sea coal. And they're common additions in rough casts. Pozzolanic power, Pavia and Walker, amorphousness and particle size are the key determinants. Only the finest material will react, although the margins of larger aggregate may display reaction. So we get reaction rims, and the theory is of some that increases the mechanical strength of the mortar by increasing the power of the bond between that aggregate and the otherwise calcitic matrix. I think there's a lot of credit in that theory. The most reactive of the potential ones available to us: metakaolin, ground blast furnace slag, ground granulated blast furnace slag, rice husk ash, microsilica, silica fume. Relative strength development: the strongest the metakaolin and the GGBS, then rice husk ash and microsilica, and then pulverized fuel ash, lacquer, brick dust. These being 89% less powerful than metakaolin, and these of course being the traditional ones, rice husk ash excluded. These are the traditional pozzolans, so much less hydraulic power, pozzolanic power, than the modern alternatives, and this is important to note. In general, true sire here, we are much more certain to obtain uniform results with hydraulic mortars composed of fat lime, sand and Trass, brick or tar dust, certain ashes, than with those that can be made of artificial or natural hydraulic lime and sand only, whether slaked with much water so as to be made into a fluid paste, or with a little only so as to be reduced to a dry powder, or if spontaneously slaked in the air, or if used immediately as it comes from the kiln. A good hydraulic mortar is always obtained by mixing fat lime in equal parts with sand and natural or artificial pozzolan. These substances, pozzolans and fired clays, offer very important advantages in the improvement of mortars because hydraulic cement is not always to be had, and natural hydraulic limes often give mediocre results unless they are mingled with a certain portion of pozzolan, and the latter has, moreover, this advantage over the natural hydraulic limes: its qualities are scarcely at all impaired by exposure to air and moisture. A hydraulic mortar, if permitted to dry too rapidly, may lose the whole of its energy. The mortar, these are some examples, John Revy specifications. The mortar for the face of abutments to the height of 1 foot above the highest floods to be composed of 2 measures of Aberthor, that's blue lias, lime, 1 lime powder, 1.5 pozzolan, half a measure of common clear river sand. The whole to be well screened and mixed and properly ground together with as little water as possible. The backing mortar to the same height, composed of 2 measures of Aberthor lime powder, half a measure of pozzolan, and 3½ measures of common clear river sand. The parts of this work above the floods to be built with 1 measure of common, well burnt unslaked lime, and from 4 to 5 measures of clear river sand. So reverting to an airline mortar once you're above the level of the water and the highest level that water might come during flood, but hydraulic mortars below water and below the flood zones. Liverpool Docks, 1858. The mortar was composed of Holkin mountain lime, engine ground with sea sand and ashes, the proportions being 1 of slaked lime, 1 of sand, and half of furnace ashes, ground 20 minutes, mixed fresh from the kiln and used the same day. The result was the walls never exhibited signs of weakness. For the Houses of Parliament, the river wall, as I think I've said earlier, 1 measure of best fresh burned Mercham feebly hydraulic lime, and 1 measure of finely ground Italian pozzolan, and 2 measures of sharp above bridge river sand. Since the hydraulic minerals formed during the burning process in the lime kiln, as in a hydraulic lime or a natural cement, or indeed a Portland cement, and the pozzolanic minerals found in pozzolans, whether natural or man-made, are completely different, it is essential that a distinction is made between mortars made from these different materials. This distinction is even more important when it is appreciated that the reactions involved in the setting and the development of the strength of the 2 types of mortar are also completely different. It is convenient to consider the minerals which are formed during the manufacture of Portland cement. This only differs from natural hydraulic lime in that it is manufactured from a mixture of limestone and clay or shale blended together in such proportions that all the limestone combines with the other materials to form hydraulic materials, leaving very little, if any, to be converted into lime. Jefferson, 2014. And we see this when you see the comparative ingredients of hydraulic lime and typical Portland cement. Blue lias limes, the strongest water limes, and we see this being said, and that's where they were used. But even so, we generally find that pozzolanic mortars were preferred. Mortar floors, they were made with ordinary air lime. They would take a long time to cure. However, natural blue lias lime and so on is being used for concretes, and we see that very clearly, typically, as I said, with pozzolans added. We also see that the growth in Portland cement production and the decline in blue lias production is a mirror of the other, so that's what it was generally used for. Lime concrete, as I said, before the invention of Portland cement, lime concrete was extensively used in the East, The lime is mixed with twice its volume of coarse aggregate. If half the sand is replaced by trass, or still better, by an artificial porcelain made by lightly calcining clay and grinding the mass to a powder, a better concrete will be produced. The concrete is excellent in quality but requires longer to harden sufficiently than do cement mortars. The lime used should be fat lime, such as is employed for mortar, but hydraulic lime is also used for the same purpose. When rapid hardening is not essential, lime concrete will serve many purposes for which cement concrete is generally used and will be much cheaper. It is not, however, suitable for reinforced concrete. The Romans, of course, were the experts at lime concretes with pozzolans. The typical proportions for marine structures as well as on land: 1 freshly, probably dry slaked pure lime, 2 volcanic ash, mixed at, graded of course, mixed at 65%, with 35%, that formed 65% of the mortar, 35% larger volcanic tuff or limestone blocks, or indeed macroporous bricks, laid into that mortar and packed into formwork. Those marine concretes have survived incredibly well. They have 48 to 65% porosity and compressive strengths that range from 2.5 to 8.5 in the case of modern concretes, Portland cement concretes, those being only 20 to 24% porosity and of a minimum compressive strength of 33 MPa. Relict volcanic ash contributes significantly to this, as well as lime clast, that's to the porosity. And this is a Roman pattern lime concrete, but in Valencia, the medieval town wall as was, or what remains, 2 gates remain, and you can see bricks instead of volcanic tuff into the material, and this was certainly poured hot. Contemporary accounts talk of the walls smoking as they were under construction. Concrete, the matrix should consist of either Portland cement or blue lias lime. This is in the early 19th century, 20th century, and sand. The proportions for the concrete must depend upon the situation in which it is to be used, but for ordinary purposes the following may be accepted: 5 parts clean broken stone and brick, 2 parts sand, 1 part Portland cement or blue lias, or 7 parts Thames ballast, 1 part of Portland cement or blue lias. Actually really very lean in binder, and we see that again in this situation here, the same repeated. So we see pozzolanic mortars being used by the Romans in Viminatium, but again their porosity is very high and their MPa relatively low, so not much of that has necessarily reacted, but nonetheless there are reactions. We see the same in Roman concretes, Roman brick aggregated mortars, but what we don't typically see is hydraulic reaction. We don't typically see bellite. That doesn't mean there aren't reactions, and these reactions are very often around the rims, going back to what we were just talking about. So it's more complicated than hydraulicity. This is a Roman bathhouse, again Roman mortars with brick. A lot of them have brick aggregate and the plasters too, but on analysis, no bellite, certainly no alite, but no bellite, no hydraulic reaction, but some reaction rims again. And these are some of the strongest mortars I've ever encountered, mixed, as you can see, 1 lime to 1.1 or 1 lime to 2.1 in the case of building mortar. The plaster mortar mixed 1 lime to 1.1. And here we see Coccio open signinum flooring in the Constantinian bathhouse in Arles, and notice there's not any pinkness in the lower levels. There is no brick powder in there, so there's no real possibility of hydraulic reaction except around the rims of the bigger aggregates, and then the upper levels perhaps have more powder in them. They're slightly pinker, but it's still not very much. But these set up very rapidly and quickly. I know this from experience, without any necessary hydraulic reaction. Here, repairs we did to a brick aggregated and brick powder aggregated render coat that was very openly porous but had failed at low level. We reproduced it and then lime washed the whole. Here, Portslanic mortar being used. The feet of this wall are in the water, and therefore frost has done a lot of damage to what was there before. It was an emergency repair. I used Trass as a Smeaton proportions underwater, but then I reduced the Trass progressively as I came out of the water, and the upper half is built with an air lime only. You can see there's been no ingress, so so-called rising damp has not occurred, even though you would think it might if it existed, of course. Here, Portland's used calcined ironstone waste from kilns, which is common as mortars, but again, on analysis, no hydraulicity in these mortars. Here's one of the analyses here. There was a little bit of clinker, but that was formed in the kiln when the ironstone was being burned in the estimation of the analyst. So it's there as aggregate in the mortar, and the plaster's there 1 to 0.95, so very lime rich again, with just kiln waste being used as an aggregate in effect. And we see a run of these similar mortars with their proportions around the sites on the North York Moors, where they're regularly using slag from the iron calcining kilns as aggregate. They're complex, but they're not. But actually, essentially, these a few were Portslanic, but not many. And we're here research by Papiani and Stefanidou showing the evolution of open porosity in Portslanic mortars, and you can see that diminishes over time. However, the pore size distribution remains quite concentrated in the capillary active range. That's an important distinction from NHLs. Finally then, very quickly, I want to cover cement lime mortars. We need to take these seriously because they were very common through the 20th century. Many of our important buildings are built with them. Many of them get repaired with NHL because we can't mention the word cement. So let's just look at a few cement lime mortars. Typical proportions as actually formulated or codified by the US Bureau of Standards. Suitable proportions 116 to 1312. 116 mixed suitable under most conditions of severe exposure, so chimney tops, etc. 129 a mix suitable for all normal work except under conditions of severe exposure, although now that cement is stronger they're good there too. But 1312 mix should be used for internal work only. That's a building manual from Britain in 1947. But properties from the Bureau of Standards show, sorry, I can't go back. But just these graphs show you how cement lime mortars took over from lime mortars in the context of Georgia at the beginning. By 1930, they've overtaken the mortars previously lime mortars, some previous to that earth lime mortars. By 1930, they are the dominant mortar, and this is why they need to be taken seriously. But they're of varying proportions, but typically leaner in cement than we would see with a 116, but nonetheless they're commonly being used. The water retaining capacity diminishes the more cement and the less lime. That's very obvious and clear. You can see the maximum rate of leakage in these leakage tests was the least with a 129 mortar in these tests done by the National Bureau of Standards. So they're very good. They do make a satisfactory bond, and the more lime, the more bond they will make. And in their testing, the extent of bond was complete in the case of 129 and 1312 mortars. It's that completeness of that bond, as well as the porosity of the mortars, that will keep those buildings dry. And so early days, this was a mortar that's been made with quicklime. It was a common mortar, but on analysis in Calgary in 1909 had a small volume of Portland cement. Now, that might have weakened the mortar if it was only 5 or less than 25%. The US Bureau of Standards, as I've said before, demonstrated that until the cement exceeds 25% as a proportion, the mortar will be weaker than it would have been in the end as a lime mortar. Nonetheless, they're doing that in craft practice, just a small amount. And the same, the Memorial Library here, again, where it was repointed, but in this case, it wasn't done with a cement lime mortar. All repointing was done with a hot mix mortar with PFA added in 5% to imitate that mortar. Here, another cement lime building, but it's in perfect condition. There's no wetness, there's no decay. One of my favourite buildings in the whole world, in fact. But the Plymouth Congregational Church in Lincoln, Nebraska. Gilbert Scott summarised a lot of thinking at the time. We cannot expect to get the best results from either a definite lime mortar or a definite cement mortar, but a mixture of cement, lime and sand is likely to produce the most satisfactory material for our purpose. They were considered the best of both worlds. The US Bureau of Standards considered the cement lime mortars a compromise with modern building practice, and that the optimal mortars were the lime only. But there you go. Cement lime mortars abound. Buildings abound in the Midwest and across America, and of course across the UK and across Europe, and I'm sure across the world. And 129 was used with the soft red sandstone of Coventry New Cathedral in 1962. And again, there's no decay, there's no damage, there's no dampness. We have to take this on board and not just have a prejudicial view. Tel Aviv, lime-rich silica sand brickwork, hot mixed, but with possibly some cement added, in between cement concrete frameworks, and then cement lime renders over those bricks and hot lime wash. Many buildings in Tel Aviv of this pattern, like for like and localized and as necessary repair is entirely feasible using cement lime mortars. But what has happened until recently is that they would strip off all of the cement lime sand mortars and re-render with an NHL, and that would typically last 5 years and fall off. This is not like for like, and it's not a like for like repair. Other buildings there, you can see how thin those coats could be, and so on. So now they are reverting to localized like for like repair, surely the better conservation approach. Other cement lime mortars in Nebraska, and finally this little church hall that I was at recently, built in the 1930s with 129. Now it's in generally good order, however, and the building isn't suffering any salt damage, no moisture damage, and so on. But clearly in the past there's been a leaking hopper on the right hand picture, and where that has led to water flooding down the fabric and the potential for frost damage, that mortar has behaved sacrificially. The bricks are still in good order. It simply requires repointing, but of course repointing with a like for like cement lime mortar, not with an alternative. And I'm really going to flick through, and I'm not going to say very much, some recent projects done with hot mixed air lime mortar, just to show you what has been going on in the UK with these mortars in recent years. So here, brickwork, historic field shelters done by Steve Pickering, specified by myself. Here, work done by people who were very new to hot mixing. The left hand one, a builder who'd never used them before, but after a day's education and training went on and used them very successfully. Similarly, someone quite new in the middle, and on the right hand side, work done by the people who own the house themselves, just after a day's tuition, then taking it all on board, following instruction and doing it, and very successfully. Here, struck pointing done by the Yorkshire Lime Company, imitating obviously the original finish detail. This was likely colour washed after this, or lime washed, but not in this case. The same house I've just shown you, but the other elevations done by homeowners. Their buildings are dry. Down the road at the same time, people had their house built very similarly of the same materials, repointed with NHL, and their house is constantly wet. And you can see that to the right, the cement sand pointed building, lower building to the right of this, itself permanently wet. This repointing before and after with hot mixes. Here again, builders who new to the game but have done great work. Here render coats in Arles, done by Lies Later, just after it was completed, so still drying out at the lowest level. Here hot lime washes over hot lime mortar pointing. Here hot lime washes in Israel. Here hot lime work early days 2012, very lime rich, to a barn and hot lime wash. Here the chancel was done with a hot mixed air lime. The nave done 6 months previously with a NHL2. I think I know which is the drier fabric. Shelter coating to the right. The doorway I showed a fraction of earlier. Lime wash coats here and after repairs with hot mixes, not lime washed but repointing. Here shortly after repointing, work not done by myself but immediately after repointing, begging to be lime washed but not lime washed, but nonetheless a few years later bedded in nicely, weathered nicely, and the building is dry. Again, porcelain's used on a coping on this, these old walls to the left, and other hot mix jobs in brickwork and so on. So, and there's my own little lime kiln where I have burned lime and would love to keep burning lime, but climate change maybe says we shouldn't. So that at long last is the end of the slideshow. Thank you for listening. We reap what we sow. We need to start sowing the right thing.